zakho ziyangikhumbuza
indlela ubungibuka ngayo, indlela ubungithinta ngayo, inhliziyo yengayivumuli bala, kodwa wena uthule nje, yayizama, kodwa wena uvuli, ngikhala ngaphakathi kimi,
ungisindile sithandwa,
ngikhumbula wena, izithombe zakho zisangiluma, inhliziyo yami isabuhlungu, awukhola kodwa ngisakufuna,
ngikhumbula wena, izinsuku zami zinde ngaphandle kwakho,
ngiyaphela kodwa ngibona, awukhola kodwa ngisakufuna. Ikhuluma nawe engqondweni yami, noma ngiyazi awuphenduli, izinyembezi zami ziwela ubufula, abuhlungu bunomsindo ungonya kuphela,
angikaze ngingushiye ngenhliziyo,
kodwa izinto phakathi kwethu zangapha,
uma ngibuya
uzongamukela na, ngikhumbula wena, izithombe zakho zisabuhlungu kimi, ngikufuna kakhulu, awukhola kodwa ngisakufuna,
ngikhumbula wena,
izinsuku zami zinde ngaphandle kwakho, ngiyaphela kodwa ngibona, awukhola kanti ngisakufuna,
impedi yethu ngenamoya. Izinsuku zami zinkulu ngaphandle kwakho, angizange ngikushiye. Kodwa isikhathi sasingisinda, uma ngibuya uzongamukela na? Ngikhumbula wena, izithombe zakho zisabuhlungu, inhliziyo yami isakufuna.
Yeah, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, yeah.
Izithombe zakho zisabuhlungu, inhliziyo yami isakufuna. Kodwa wena uthule nje.
Awuvuli, awuzwanga, ngihlala ngedwa ebumnyameni. Ngikhumbula wena, isahleli lapho engishiya khona, kube ubuyela kimi.
echoing ground. Baby, listen to my soul. Your love makes me whole. I'm as we are, me and me now. Forever shining through. Forever shining through.
Together, your love, my soul, my treasure. I'm as we are me, guitar down, when I'm as we are me, guitar down. Ngikhalile kakhulu kodwa ngisaphila. Today my tears turn into power. Nivuke namhlanje mambatho izinyembezi zami mimbentombalami. Ngiyethambezela sifubukela amandla. Kule ngihlisiyo nawuphephi kodwa eqinile. You left me with pieces on the floor. I swept them up but I still felt sore. I tried to to hide my pain in the pillow, crying so quiet nobody could hear. But now my tears are loud like thunder, breaking the chains of every fear. Ngiyavuma, bengiphukile, kodwa ngiseyona le ntombazane endala. Ngiyabonga ngezifundo zobuhlungu, ngoba namuhla sengikhona. Even when I'm crying, every tear is a seed of my rising. Yaphakama, yaphila, yableed. You can't kill what God is reviving. I'm unshakable, even when I'm bleeding. Broken heart, but my soul is still breathing. Yaphakama, yaphila. Tonight my pain turns into power. Izinyembezi zami amandla ami. Yaphalo, yaphila, izinyembezi zami. Yamala amandla ami. I'm unbreakable. Ngikhalile kakhulu, kodwa ngisaphila. Today my tears turn into power. Ngibuka namhlanje ngamehlo abuhlungu, izinyembezi zami zishila umbala wami. Ngithandazile ebusuku, ngicela amandla, ngixola inhliziyo engaphephi, kodwa eqinile. You left me with pieces on the floor. I swept them up, but I still felt sore. I tried to smile, but my smile was fake, carrying a heart that could barely take. Ngathi ngiyaphela, kodwa ngazi ukuthi. Ngathi ngiyaphela, kodwa ngazi ukuthi ukhona manje.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Colleagues, can I ask you to kindly grab a seat? You all look so lovely. Good morning, Dumelang Khotso, Tobela, Molweni, Sawubona. Are we all settled in? Amazing. So, I would like to welcome you all to this very exciting and very thought-provoking session titled Elections in the Age of Misinformation, Safeguarding the Integrity of Public Discourse. This is such an important and very exciting topic, and we are so glad that you were able to join us here this morning. It is my honor to recognize and acknowledge the presence of the Commissioner, Major Spito from the Electoral Commission of South Africa. Thank you so much for being here. We would also like to welcome the PEO of the Electoral Commission of the Free State, Mr. Jabulani Tsabalala. We would like to welcome members of political parties, members of the Provincial Liaison Committee, members of the Provincial Communicators Forum, all faith-based organizations, non-governmental organizations, and community-based organizations, government colleagues. We'd also like to welcome colleagues from governmental departments, the Val Center, Central Water and Senatle, the management of the tertiary institutions, the Student Representative Council members who are present here with us, representatives from the disability sectors, members of the media who've also joined us here this morning, the IEC colleagues, and finally, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our session this morning. And then for the start of our program, we will start with the opening and welcome by our PEO, Mr. Jabulani Tabalala, this morning. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies, Mayor Solomon. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm told I'm supposed to make an opening and welcome. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The session is open. In our midst, we have Mayor Pitso, Commissioner Pitso. She's one of the 5 commissioners of the Electoral Commission of South Africa. She's assigned to the Free State for oversight and other matters. So anything that has to do with commission services that you want the commission to deal with, she's your person. Maybe so. Thank you very much for coming to this session. These are your people. We also have a member of EXCO from the IEC side, our Deputy Chief Electoral Officer, and that Dr. Victor Shale, responsible for outreach, communication, stakeholder management, knowledge management, and international relations. Also from National Office, we have our communication department represented by Mekanyi Nkosi at the back there. Thank you so much. She will be arranging interviews for both the commissioner and the DCO. My principals are here, so I'll be taking a back seat. We also have from internal audit, just to make sure that we are doing things right and we are complying and very compliant to all other issues. Ndlovu is also here. And all other members and organizations and the individuals that have been acknowledged. Also, we have Mayor Senatle Solomon, our program director. For today, she's going to program direct, or an MC if you like. And then secondly, she's going to facilitate the discussions. Am I correct? That's what I was told. Yes, she's going to facilitate the discussions for today. And we also have our panels. Our panelists, Dr. Musawenkosi Ndlovu, Mayor Cayley Cartwright, Mayor Moodley, Tate Moodley, Tate William Bett, and Tate Senatle Chweneemang. The credentials are going to be read to you so that you know who they are by the program director, I suppose, at a point where she will be facilitating the discussions. Colleagues, I like talking from off-cuff, talking from the heart, within the 5 minutes that have been given or allocated to me. But my people said, no, we want you to be scripted. You must talk from the script. So it is my distinct pleasure to welcome you all in today's thought leadership session. We are honored to host such an esteemed gathering of experts, of practitioners and stakeholders who continue to share the discussion on a matter that is very critical and of importance to the nation. I therefore implore you to engage in these discussions I encourage each one of you to engage openly, to challenge assumptions, to share insights from your different or respective fields. In my view, thought leadership begins with honest conversations. I must repeat that. Thought leadership begins with honest conversation, and meaningful progress follows when we turn insights into action. Please allow me to repeat that again. Meaningful progress follows when we turn insights into action. So I wish to thank you for joining us today and willing to contribute your expertise in this critical dialogue. I look forward to a robust and a forward-thinking discussions. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome, Mr. Chabalala. Without further ado, I would like to welcome the Commissioner, Ms. Joyce Pitso. Thank you so much for your time and for gracing us. We will now be taking her remarks.
My pain turns into power. Turns into power. Turns into power.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm standing on existing protocol. Once again, my name is Titi Pitso. I think some people call me Joyce, but I prefer to be called Titi Pitso. I'm the new commissioner, and I'm in charge of working with the Free State province. I would like to thank you for taking time to come to this seminar, and as indicated by the PO, I'm sure we are going to gain a lot of information from your contribution to your discussions. And I also would like to wish every one of you a happy 2026, and hoping that we will have a successful 2026 as we go towards local government elections. And we are looking forward to your support as IEC in terms of helping us make sure that people get to know about what is happening, especially members of the media. And this morning, I know we have to discuss what is called a thought leadership on elections in the age of misinformation and disinformation, safeguarding the integrity of the public discourse. Myself, unlike the PO and Tate Chabalala, I would like to read. I can't speak from the off-cut, so I'm a reader. So I'm going to try and quickly go through within the limited time I've been given to just present the opening remarks. It is common, of course, that human development has both pros and cons. In this regard, the world is experiencing a threat from misinformation and disinformation. And for the IEC, it has the potential to undergo difficulties because of this issue. The development of artificial intelligence has made this challenge more pronounced, since the algorithms of the technology makes it harder even to the best amongst us to be able to make a distinction between what is true and what is fake. The smooth running of elections is dependent upon open and inclusive discussions and a better information, what we call information ecosystem. This requires the circulation of trusted, impartial and accurate information from all role players, including the election authorities and from independent media. This also requires online spaces that are free of opaque political manipulations. In this context, South Africa and in South Africa and in other countries, particularly in Asia Pacific, the abuse of artificial intelligence can distort the electoral playing field to the detriment of some of the political groups and voters alike. This undesirable situation is compounded even further with the emergence of different social media platforms, often amplified by political influences and partisan media, which is in some instances can play a disastrous role in shaping public discourse. For elections to be credible and genuine, they require space for robust engagement by all electoral stakeholders. Stakeholders, including the IEC, also need to inform and educate voters and candidates on how to exercise their right to vote or be voted for without fear of misinformation, disinformation, and sometimes malicious information that promotes intimidation and violence. In most African countries, election-related violence stemming from such practices are a permanent feature. Africa's political landscape and the use of AI-generated messages of disinformation, misinformation, and malinformation has proven to be a disaster to the election processes. In a recent Business Day article dated 20 January 2026, Michael Avery, a columnist, stated that democracy depends on shared facts and tolerable disagreements. Every contends that the 21st century, the decisive rift is becoming that between humans and machines. And as to what extent should our lives be subject to powerful digital systems, and on what conditions? He further postulates that these communication machines that have been built have a potential to erode both democracy and political dialogue relentlessly at a larger scale. Another example is that of the Philippines in the Southeast Asia Pacific, a country with a population of 119 million, an internet penetration of 84%. In her opinion piece of 17 June 2025, Yvonne Chua, who is the author of the Digital News Report Country page on the Philippines, claimed that disinformation and harmful content surged in the Philippines in 2024, fueled by the widening political rift between the President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. and the Vice President Sara Duterte. The fallout peaked with Duterte's impeachment in February 2025, followed a month later by the arrest of her father, former President Rodrigo Duterte, who faces charges of crime against humanity before the International Criminal Court. As the political crisis deepened, online platforms were flooded with false and misleading narratives and coordinated attacks targeting rival camps, activists, and journalists alike. In response to these disinformation campaigns, some newsrooms stepped up verification efforts and launched a deeper investigations into influence and operations, and launched what is called a Covenant Against Fake News, a multi-platform campaign in partnership with more than 50 newsrooms, academia, institutions, and the Commission for the Electoral Commission of the Philippines. Again, coming back here home, during the 2024 elections, and in order to curb disinformation, the IEC, on its part, through the partnership with tech giants such as Google, Meta, and TikTok, and non-profit organizations such as the Media Monitoring Africa, signed a framework of cooperation to work together to combat disinformation and other digital harms. This step was taken towards safeguarding the integrity of information and preserving the fundamentals of our electoral processes. The strategy was informed by the IEC appreciation that the spread of misinformation or the spread of information pollution poses a threat and undermines trust in the democratic processes, such as the conduct of elections by electoral management bodies. Campaigns, electoral management board campaigning by politicians, and to the work of media practitioners. Misinformation and disinformation disrupt the correct functioning of electoral processes in many ways, threatening freedom of association, often accompanied by threats and online harassment of election officials, candidates, voters, the journalists who cover elections, and the electoral observers, and fact checkers who monitor the flow of information. As the country prepares for the forthcoming local government elections, it is important for us, the electoral stakeholders, in safeguarding of the integrity of elections, to be vigilant, be alive to the scourge of mis and disinformation and its attendant negative externalities. The country could ill afford such disruption to the nascent democracy project, especially when such commotions invariably grow their own feet, as it were, something which has become part of a daily occurrence in most countries and on the continent and in the other parts of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that this seminar will afford us an opportunity to share experiences and learn about how electoral democracy can be safeguarded from misinformation and disinformation. With these few words, without further ado, I would like to officially open this seminar, fittingly themed Elections in the Age of Misinformation and Disinformation, Safeguarding the integrity of the public discourse. I thank you.
Thank you so much for such a very eloquently contextualization of the context that we find ourselves in. There's so much to consider, and obviously, as we rightfully mentioned, this is quite a key issue in the run-up to the local government elections. Without further ado, I would like to invite our panelists to join me on stage. We do have a slight amendment to our program. So our first speaker will still be Dr. Musawenkosi Ndlovu. Kindly join us on the stage. He is from the University of Cape Town. Thank you so much for joining us. Our next speaker will be Mr. Chweneemang Senatle from the Government Commission and Information System, also abbreviated as GCIS. Thank you so much. You can also join us on stage. And then for our amendment, we will ask Ms. Cayley Cartwright from Africa Check to also just join us on stage as well. Can I please have a round of applause for the POE, for the Commissioner Joyce Bito, and for our three panelists who will be starting the first section with us. Okay, so as you can see, we are in great hands. From a great and welcome to having a great panel of experts here with us. We are definitely in for a very informative session, and I'm so pleased that you could join us in person, and for those joining us online, thank you so much for being here with us as well. So our first speaker is, as I've mentioned, Dr. Musawenkosi Ndlovu, who is based at the University of Cape Town. He is an associate professor in the Center for Film and Media Studies at the University of Cape Town, an international fellow of the Obermann Center for Advanced Studies at the University of Iowa, and also a Mandela Mello Fellow, B.E.W. Du Bois Institute at Harvard University, and he's the author of the book Feast Must Fall and Youth Mobilization in South Africa, Reform or Revolution, which was published by Palgrave Macmillan. So that is like quite a mouthful, but we are definitely looking forward to your presentation, sir. If you could kindly join me here. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Can we please have Dr. Ndlovu's presentation on the screen? Thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you so much for your patience, colleague. We are just getting the screen loaded with the presentation. Okay, so I am holding the fourth. Let's get a round of applause again for yourselves for looking awesome. Okay, so one of the exciting things about artificial intelligence is obviously that it has the ability to transform landscapes, that it helps us to gather information at the drop of a hat, and that it helps us to know much more than we have. So I don't think that there's ever been a point in history where we have had as much access to information as we do now. So that's obviously very exciting. But one of the dangers of that obviously is with having access to information, you have to ensure that the information you have access to is accurate and that it truly reflects what is happening in reality. So I think one of the key things that our speakers will also touch on is obviously how we navigate ourselves in terms of this particular context. So I think it is rather exciting. I think that we are headed into an exciting time, and it will be interesting to see how people integrate artificial intelligence into the electoral campaigns in a responsible and safe manner. And I think that that is also possibly something that our panelists will be keeping in mind as we prepare for this discussion. Thank you so much while we wait and they just sort out our technical difficulties. Yeah, I think so too. You have it. Thank you so much.
Good morning. I think the introduction has been done. Thank you to the... And we have a small technical glitch. Is it possible that I can just use my laptop and have it here? That will make that will be better for me. And it will save us a lot of time. Is that okay? No, you can have it there, but I can just have I have my laptop there. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Good morning, and I'm sorry about that technical glitch. But what I would like to talk about is this. The views that I'm going to be presenting here are strictly mine, not the IEC, not the University of Cape Town. I want to open by saying that interference in democratic election does happen. And in this country too, it can happen. And in the past, in the 2004 elections, there were attempts, and there is documented evidence that there were attempts at election interference in the democratic elections. There are no objective grounds to believe that it cannot happen here. So vigilance is something that we need to be deploying. What I would like to also talk about is that there are various ways in which foreign actors can influence elections. And what we are here to talk about is that the influence can happen in the digital space. And this is where the South African political communication is now happening. It's not only offline in the community halls, it's not only in the legacy media, but it has for quite some time happening in the digital and social media space. What we can see happening is the spread of disinformation. What we can see happening, this can happen through adverts, bots on social media. You can have foreign agents impersonating South African citizens on social media for purposes of organizing, be it political rallies or other kinds of political gatherings. What we can see happening is foreign agents trying to manipulate the entire communication landscape in South Africa. What we can see happening is that certain groups can be targeted either on the basis of race, of class, of sexual orientation. That can happen. What I'm trying to say in short, thank you, this is going to work better. What I'm trying to say in short is that external actors can use artificial intelligence, the newer technologies, to influence Africans' views on certain issues. What we can see is certain issues being highlighted more and being made as if they're far more important than others. It is because those certain actors may want us to speak more about those issues other than other issues. This is going to be done very soon. I'm going to be okay. No. Right. What we are going to see is that external actors can use artificial intelligence to influence South African views on certain issues. It can be land, it could be race, it could be employment, it could be any other issue. They do not necessarily manufacture issues, but they amplify issues that already exist in the country so that they themselves benefit. I will talk more as to how we are vulnerable and who is more interested in us being divided. Debate is fine, but there are external actors that are interested in South Africans being divided in particular way for their own benefit. So external actors can use AI to mobilize South Africans. External actors can use South Africans can use artificial intelligence to shape narratives on certain issues. And the method of doing this is that they can deploy influencer-driven messaging algorithms. These external actors, what they normally do is to use deepfakes and other AI-enhanced data analytics. South Africa has weaknesses, which are also one of South Africa's strengths. Our political communication in South Africa takes place not only offline, as I've said, but on mass media as well, and also on social media. South African is vulnerable because its political communication process is vibrant, but it is at the same time very polarized. South Africans themselves, online and offline, very politically polarized. What is it that is making us of interest to certain foreign actors that will want to influence what it is that we discuss online? What is it that makes us of interest to certain foreign actors that would want certain issues in South Africa amplified? What is it that will make other countries more interested in us than others? There are many countries in the world that are interested in what happens in South Africa in terms of politics. There are many countries that are happy with us, as there are many countries that could be upset with us. If you are a student of politics and you follow what has happened in this country, there are people who will be interested in us, there are people who will not be interested in us. We will get into that. Our location, South Africa's domestic politics is of focal point for several global powers. But not everyone that we have relations with will want to harm the South African communication spaces. South Africa's geostrategic position as a leading economy as one of the leading economies in Africa make us of interest to certain global powers. South Africa's geostrategic position as a member of BRICS may excite other people, it does upset others. South Africa's decision to take Israel to the International Court on genocide charges has created very powerful enemies. I do not think, on a very serious note, South Africa, as much as it did what I consider was very right. It fully understands the implications of taking on Tel Aviv. I just do not think that people have fully internalized the implications of taking on Mossad. But, so South Africa's current relationship with the current US administration make us of interest to global powers. There are powers out there that would want to see certain people lead the country and others weaker. Others wouldn't want certain people not leading the country and the current administration being stronger. It's the nature of geopolitics. But South Africa's ideological position on Russia-Ukraine war make us of interest and make us vulnerable, and it makes us friends and enemies at the same time. South Africa's position on Iran make us friends and enemies at the same time. I do not think that the countries that would want to harm our communication spaces will have their intelligence directly involved, but it will be indirectly involved. I do argue that those countries that would want to harm South African communication spaces, they will use private disinformation industry directly. They themselves would not be involved directly. I'm going to argue here, if you're a student of international relations, that if you look at the whole world, there are very few other countries that would want to influence our public communication spaces. But Israel and Russia are not those countries. There is a history in the continent and in other parts of the world where Russia has interfered with the communication spaces of other countries. There is naivete among those of what is left of the left in this country of thinking that Russia would not interfere with us. It would not want to sabotage South Africa, but there are certain issues that Russia would want this country to be profiled. It will desire of us to take a stronger position on the Russia-Ukraine war. Russia is very interested in the continent militarily, in terms of buying media, in terms of what you would call sharp power, not only soft power, but also sharp power. It is very interested in that. Israel is very interested in us. It would not get directly involved, but it has a history of a very powerful security industry that is very interested in us. It would be very naive of anybody who is interested in world politics and South African politics that a head of state can be basically kidnapped, and you're telling me that somebody would not be interested in engaging in South African communication when the digital spaces do allow that. There is a very huge disinformation industry that exists in the world, and Israel and Russia and the United States are lead in that industry. And there is no question that we have, as a country, pissed off Mr. Trump. There is no question that we have pissed off Israel. There is no question that Russia is interested in a particular way in South Africa. I argue that there are foreign powers that would want to influence South African digital spaces to further weaken the ANC, which has weakened itself. The ANC is pro-Palestine, and that affects not only Washington and Tel Aviv, but other people too. I do argue that Israel will prefer in South Africa political parties that are more neutral and adopt a pro-Israeli stance. I do argue that Russia would want political parties in South Africa that are Russia would not want political parties in South Africa that are pro-West, that it would want political parties that would promote South Africa as a strong ally within BRICS. It would want political parties that will ensure that South African foreign policy remains non-aligned or leans toward Moscow regarding the war in Ukraine. If not, it would want political parties that is a repeat of what I've already said. I do think that some of the solutions that IEC and South Africa can adopt is a very multi-layered approach where regulation is stretching. Strength is made stronger. Where you clearly define as to what constitutes interference in our political communication processes, and you penalize and you shame. This has to be done without tampering with our Bill of Rights, especially free speech. I think the solution should be the further regulation of funding for political ads and digital campaigns. This is where foreign powers tend to hide when they want to manipulate what happens in our communication spaces. IEC should really consider looking into public relations firms and digital agencies. And this is the end of my speech. Thank you.
Thank you so much for a very thought-provoking and interesting discussion. I think that scholars of political science and international relations will have a lot of questions, but so will those who are just interested in the subject in general. I think that as we go through the different presentations, I implore you to kindly write down your questions. I mean, there were so many questions just popping up as our first speaker was going through his presentation. And I'm sure that you also have your questions, which we'll ask at the end of this particular session. So our next speaker, without further ado, again, is Mr. Chweneemang Senatle, who will be covering this topic as well. He is from, again, the Department of Government Communication and Information Systems, and he will be our second speaker for this morning. Thank you so much again for your time and for joining us here.
Good morning. Good morning. There we go. I like a lively crowd, right? Thank you, Program Director. Thank you, Commissioner Titi Pizzo. You said Titi, right? Good. PEO Chabalala, thank you. And DCEO, Dr. Shale, thank you as well. And also just thank you to the IEC for inviting the GCIS to come and make a presentation on just elections in the age of mis and disinformation. There's quite a lot. There's quite a lot that can be said. And unfortunately, I have very limited time, right? And, you know, normally when I talk about mis and disinformation, I'm usually training people on how to counter mis and disinformation. Yeah? And it takes me about at least a minimum of 2 days just to go through mis, because it's quite a lot, right? And honestly, today when I was coming here, I was thinking, you know, when you start, you're thinking about your presentation, you're trying to digest, okay, I need to shift this, I need to do this. And then it hit me, mis and disinformation, elections. Wait, Valentine's is around the corner. Disinformation, and I'm like, and like mis and disinformation mis and disinformation in elections is like a blind date. Yeah? You know a blind date. When you go, you're invited to a blind date, everything looks so good, right? It's all inviting, it's all, you know, all of this glam and everything. But you have to verify the information that you're getting about this date. Am I correct? Or you just walk in? Let's hear from the people who do blind dates. Do you just walk to your blind dates? No. So it's all about verifying, getting the correct information, right? And, you know, okay, thank you. When I talk about mis and disinformation, ladies and gentlemen, I always think way back. I take us way back. Now, I know we talk about elections, but I'd like to, you know, digress a little bit, but in the same context. Just a few examples. I'm going to expose my age as well. Let me start with albinism. You know albinism, right? I grew up in the village. Yes, don't be fooled by the facial routines. I grew up in the village running after cows and all these things, right? And when it comes to albinism, when I grew up, you were told that, you know, you grew up being told that albinism, there's certain myths about them. You don't touch them. They don't die. They what? They vanish, right? And if there's an albinism son or daughter born in the family, what happens is it's like the cultural curse or, you know, all these things. But all of that was mis and disinformation. And all of that mis and disinformation created what? Stigmas. And when it creates stigmas, it ruins reputations. It's just a negative consequence, right? But then, post-94, came the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights was basically founded on humanity, correct? And then you had your government coming in and all these organizations popping up talking about albinism and teaching people what albinism is, correct? Now we have superstars. That Modiselle lady, what's her name again? Is it Refilo or Lerato Modiselle? Right? Refilo Modiselle. She's a superstar now. Everybody's looking up to her. The perception has changed. Yes, that stigma is still there. The scar is still there. Correct? It doesn't go away. But it's all about the mis and disinformation, how information can change perception, right? Now, again, let me take you back to HIV and AIDS. Who remembers the ABC campaign? Age. Who remembers the ABC campaign? Yes, I'm that old. Mr. William Bird just raised his hand. What is A, Mr. Wilbert? B? Be faithful and condomize. This was what, early 90s? Yes, I'm that old, right? But the reason why the government put out that ABC campaign was because of the mis and disinformation and the stigmatization that was put on people with HIV and AIDS. You remember how we treated them, right? Then came your Izos, then came your Soul Cities, and so on and so forth, correct? So basically what I'm trying to say is that where there's information gaps, colleagues, especially around elections, people are going to make up their own information. We'll fast forward to your other national events and talk about all of that. So, as I mentioned, so why all of this matters? Mis and disinformation, colleagues, it heightens information demand, right? And when there's information demand, especially in elections, people just make up their own stories. They fill in those gaps. This is where now GCIS and your government communications comes in, and all of other stakeholders like your IECs, your CSIR and all that, we come in and we fill in to explain, right, how policies work. We'll keep on making examples around the national elections and all the other issues. Then someone mentioned AI, or digital spaces, transformation. We're in the AI space. Things are moving fast, correct? For example, now in social media, there's an accident on the road. What happens? People take pictures. They post. I get everyone wants to be the first to post. That's the notion. And I don't know why. Why do people just want to be first to post? You're not getting anything back, right? So the information moves so fast and so rapid. Doctor mentioned something about genocide. How did it come about? How did we know about that genocide issue? It was put on Twitter, right? And immediately we picked it up. And we already knew, and it spread. That's how quick it is. So why all this matters again, mis and disinformation, colleagues, is all about, it destroys trust. It destroys trust in the electoral systems. It destroys trust in our government entities. It destroys trust in government in generic, right? Now, moving forward, as I made an example earlier about background context, we had your 2021 July unrests. What caused them? Mis and disinformation. We had COVID. By raise of hands, just by raise of hands, how many people chewed on garlic more than anyone else during COVID? Raise of hands. How many people knew about chewing garlic? Where did you get it? Social media. Was the information verified? No. Nowadays, I see people putting turmeric on their face. Yo, guys, do you know how turmeric, that thing tints. And then you walk out and you say, you're a yellow bone. No, you have tinted your face. But the point is, people do not verify, which is one of the things that we as government are trying to do, right? We're trying to get people to at least verify. Understand the information that you're getting. Understand the information that you're processing. Understand the electoral processes, right? Again, election periods. We saw last year, I'll go into it a little bit deeper as a case study, as the next slide, but we saw a lot of mis and disinformation, and we are expecting a lot of mis and disinformation. And with mis and disinformation, especially around elections, we look at it in various perspectives, right? Number one, pre-banking. There's an approach called pre-banking, where we already know what to expect. So we're already being proactive and acting on it. We already know that people are going to misunderstand a lot of things, a lot of issues. What do? We already start now, right? We already start now to explain, to run campaigns on how elections are going to work, and so on and so forth. And then there's debunking, which is basically just, the reactive part of explaining a particular incident that happened, or a particular mis and disinformation campaign. But then we have service delivery protests. You know how those start. and then safety, public safety and crisis incidents, but I won't go much into those ones. And then, as I mentioned, mis and disinformation, I made just a short case study of the 2024-2025 national elections. Now, on your left, on your far left, those are the categories of mis and disinformation, or actually what they were, where they were coming from, what we categorize them as. The middle part is the key narratives, as an example, and then the last part is all about the impact. So we know electoral integrity, IEC was under fire. People were taking pictures, were repurposing pictures. Taking pictures that are from 2020 Mamang and repurposing. And then you get people now, Senatle just getting that picture, what do? Screenshot, share, without verifying. That's what we do, right? Now, this is one of the other things that we do as GCIS. Civil education. People have to understand the information that they're getting. We got people, seeing how rigged the IEC processes are, right? You know the stories around IEC. We didn't quite involve ourselves in the political aspect of things. We were more looking at the government part and the processes that have to follow around the IEC and the electoral processes. Social media spread. This one was a tough one. This one was a tough one, colleagues, because things spread on social media very fast. Things spread on social media very fast, and they're very hard to track. Now, with social media, we have the open sources, like your Facebook, your Twitter, which we can easily analyze. But then there's also what we call dark socials, which are your WhatsApps, your what's the Telegram. We can't monitor those. We have to get inputs, a lot of inputs, right? So it's very, very difficult around WhatsApp when someone is spreading a mis and disinformation issue or campaign through WhatsApp, right? AI. You see this one? This one I tried out just last week, where I took a picture of mine and I put it on an AI platform and I made myself dance. I have the best moves I've never had before, honestly speaking, and it was pure, it was beautiful. Now what I found, and I will never ever post that, what I found interesting is how clean the video was. AI is getting better and better and better every single day. And there's thousands upon thousands of AI platforms that are popping up. We are always trying to track them and, anticipate what's the worst, all right? So we have to find also mitigating factors around understanding AI issues, but also public concerns. There was rising a number of fake news issues that were raised actually by the public. Now, what I noticed after the national elections, this is something myself that I picked up. Has anybody noticed on social medias, if someone posts something that's a little bit unnatural, unusual, you go to the comments and then people start saying, this is fake, this is AI. Have you noticed? To me, that says we're doing a good job. To me, that says people are now aware, as government and as IECs, that people are aware that such things exist. That means, the word is getting to them, all right? In terms of platforms and government response on our national elections last year, I myself and my team, under training, we did a lot of training. We did a lot of training and we collaborated with other departments. We collaborated with other stakeholders, inclusive of IEC, inclusive of CSIR, Africa Check, you name it, Meta was there, right? We collaborated. But moving on, ladies and gentlemen, now, as a GCIS, we are the constituents of government communications, right? Our mandate basically is to provide professional services, is to provide, set, and influence adherence to standards for an effective government communication system. We also drive coherent government messages, proactively communicate with the public about government policies, plans, programs, as well as achievements. Now, these have been, we divided them into three. There's accuracy assurance, system consistency, as well as strategic support. I'm not going to go much into this, but as GCIS, we are central in government communication to protect the credibility of public information, right? Next slide. Usually when I'm presenting, I always stop for questions, so I'm going to forget myself and say, any questions? So, mis and disinformation around elections, colleagues. Also, we basically put a lot of emphasis around proactive communication, right? What do I mean? Environmental scanning. This is also what we do as government communicators. We environmentally scan, yeah? We monitor information landscapes, identify emerging tasks, as well as narrative trends. Now, and under the environmental scan, we have different teams. Your media monitoring, your rapid response, we have media engagements, both domestic and international. So I'm just trying to give you an idea that on a day-to-day basis, from 5 a.m. in the morning, government is already busy scanning the environment and trying to understand what is out there in the issue, as issues in government, especially around elections, right, or what the context is. Number two, which is early intervention. We deploy communication responses swiftly, fill information gaps proactively, and counter false narratives. This is always best to kill that mis and disinformation campaign before it gets out of hand, right? Number three, targeted preparedness. We conduct readiness training, build response capacity, and establish and implement communication protocols. We have also, lastly, which is the continuous refinement, we monitor. We're constantly monitoring the effect, we're constantly tracking what's happening so that we improve our communication system. And then, in terms of capacity building, we have strategic development areas whereby we work with different institutions like the National School of Government, as well as other things to other institutions to try and build our communicators and make sure that our civil societies understand what to expect and what to do when we get into elections and such things. In terms of professionalization, we elevate standards and competencies across government communicators. We provide also digital awareness, and we also provide digital awareness training, and we do rapid response and to try and make a capable and efficient communication system. So, collaboration. Colleagues, when it comes to things like the IEC, when it comes to things like the elections, we collaborate quite a lot. This is just an example. And this is taken from the collaboration that we did under the national elections, right? We had TikTok, CSIR, Code, Media Monitoring Africa, Africa Check, IEC as well. The you know the clusters, we were divided into clusters, right? We had the JCPS cluster under, cybersecurity, and we had your type of sagas, right? But that was not only it. We also involved academic spaces. Yeah? We also involved media partners such as your SABC, your Newsroom Africa, your ENCAs, so that it can assist, right, to collaborate. Because we have to make sure that we reach our people as soon as possible and we reach the relevant people. So when strengthening long-term, we always look into institutionalizing excellence. It's core. to embed communication standards, and then sustain trust so that we adapt to the upcoming changes. And then, as I close off, we try to set the way forward by setting the credibility as assets, to set the essential principles around elections, to set this and sustain the trust that we need to get from our public, right? So therefore, that will mean that as a communicator, colleagues and ladies and gentlemen, we try to make sure that we teach and make sure that you follow a framework to verify information, sources, and accuracy, assess the timing, the platform, and the audience reach as a communicator, consider the audience understanding and potential impact. Remember that we live in a diverse South Africa, right? And then monitor response effectiveness and adjust accordingly. So, ladies and gentlemen, that brings me to the end of my presentation. And we'd like to say, please follow the GCIS platforms as well as the government web pages so that you can easily verify and understand what is out there and what is happening around in your environments. Thank you.
Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. It was interesting to see the importance of narratives and how that is translated into social media. Thank you for covering deepfakes, the dark web, the dark sources that the GCSA can't reach. And now we know to tell our friends when they post in their WhatsApp stories, have you verified your information before you move forward and reshare, because we now know that WhatsApp has that reshare button. So let's keep that in mind. I did have a bit of a faux pas moment where I did not introduce our esteemed colleague, and I think it's definitely an introduction that I should make even at the end of his presentation. So Mr. Senatle previously worked as an academic, believe it or not, and a postgrad supervisor. He worked teaching communications, public relations, organizational communication, and development communication at a number of institutions, of which some are Pearson, now referred to as Eduforce. He worked at the University of South Africa as well, and obviously at numerous other TVET colleges. He currently works as the Deputy Director in the Directorate of Communication and Institutional Development at the GCIS head office in Pretoria. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge, your insights with us, and for also telling us where we can double check on that information. I think one of the key things that we definitely take away from that is that there are proactive measures in place to ensure that we deal with misinformation on a day-to-day basis. So without further ado, our next speaker is Ms. Cayley Cartwright Clifford, and she is the Deputy Editor-in-Chief of Africa Check. I'm sure that most of you have seen Africa Check also on social media. It is a non-profit fact-checking organization founded in 2012 to promote accuracy in public debate in the media in Africa. And Ms. Clifford has experienced fact-checking claims around migration, crime, and health in South Africa, as well as having an interest in social media scams. She joined Africa Check as its Deputy Editor-in-Chief in 2022, and prior to that, she occupied a research role within the organization since 2018. And I think it's very important for us to obviously have these experts in place who would share with us issues around misinformation, especially in terms of public discourse. Thank you again for joining us today.
Thank you, Sonette. Good morning, colleagues, and thank you so much to IEC for organizing this very important forum and inviting Africa Check to participate. I'm going to give a bit of information around Africa Check's approach to elections and how this is informing our preparation for local government elections later this year. And I hope that at least some of it might be useful as your various organizations finalize your own strategies and begin your own election activities. And I'll start with a very quick introduction to the organization for those who are not aware of Africa Check. We were founded in 2012, initially just one office in South Africa, and we've expanded a bit since then. We now have 3 more country offices in Kenya, Senegal, and Nigeria. And as Senatle mentioned, our aim is promoting accuracy in public debate and in the media. We do this in a number of ways, including during elections. Our approach is a multi-pronged one. So it involves fact-checking, identifying important claims that are made in the public domain, assessing their accuracy, and publishing our findings to guide public debate. But it also involves media literacy, teaching the skills needed to identify false information. It involves providing proactive access to quality information for voters, and then training of journalists as one of the main sort of choke points between what is happening in the country and the wider public. This work alone is not enough, so we are always partnering with media and civil society organizations to cross-publish our work, to share information and resources. This helps us to reach a critical mass of people that on our own we might not otherwise have access to. And then wherever possible, we also work with government agencies and social media platforms to coordinate our responses to harmful election disinformation. I don't want to spend too much time talking about the common disinformation narratives that we experienced during the 2024 national election, because I think that kind of diagnostic work is already well understood. But I do want to spend a bit of time talking specifically about electoral fraud claims and how these can cause very serious real-world harm. Because this is a tactic that we see in all of the countries that we have worked in. And it's not just election management bodies, judiciaries are often targeted, as well as journalists. These institutions are painted as corrupt, unreliable, biased. We saw this play out here in 2024, right? Where unsubstantiated claims about vote rigging spread wildly. And we know now that that was a deliberate attempt to undermine the credibility of the IEC and to cast doubt on the electoral process as a whole. But it was also propped up in some cases, perhaps knowingly or unknowingly, by some political parties, as well as news outlets who reported on this issue uncritically. And of course, social media played a huge role. In the evaluation of our work, we found that X and Facebook were some of the most problematic platforms in terms of the spread of false election information. And out of all of the visuals that we investigated that were shared as evidence of this vote rigging, many of them were real. They were real pictures and videos that had been taken out of context. So I'll share some examples. I'm sure many of you would have seen this one. It's been around since 2014, and it comes up every election, that if you don't vote, your vote is automatically assigned to the ANC. Those kinds of claims started well before the election, months before, and increased in number the closer we got to May. This was quite a popular one, that voters should take their own pens to voting stations because the ink in the pens provided by the IEC evaporates and leaves room for fraud. Here we have claims of foreign interference, that a confidential letter from a US intelligence official addressed to Helen Zille details support for Cape independence. This was completely fabricated. And then we get to election day and we are completely inundated with claims like this. Claims that ballot boxes were either pre-filled, destroyed, or were being collected under very suspicious circumstances. Sorry. I'm forgetting to click next. Thanks, William. So these are the kinds of claims that I'm talking about, that ballot boxes were being pre-filled, destroyed, collected under suspicious circumstances. And as Africa Check, we really struggled, actually. This was just a handful of the claims that we were able to tackle on election day. And I'm sure there were many, many more that circulated. We also saw claims of bribery, corruption, bias at the IEC. This picture supposedly showed a person dressed in ANC colours but also working for the IEC, implying that the IEC had hired somebody corrupt. And that continued well after the vote, after results had been counted, claims that IEC officials were involved in bribery, or that they had changed the voting numbers on the results dashboard after the votes had been counted. So we take these kinds of claims about election fraud very seriously because research shows they have potential to do very real harm. In the short term, the most immediate effect is low voter turnout. So when you present voters with information that suggests they cannot influence the outcome of the election either because the result is already certain or because the vote is rigged, that decreases the chances of them showing up to the polls. And that is something I think is quite concerning in a country that's already grappling with low voter turnout. The second most immediate risk is post-election unrest and violence. We have seen from examples around the world how easily things can ensue into chaos, especially where supporters of political parties or political figures are emboldened by this narrative that election results cannot be trusted. But there are also some more, perhaps less obvious, equally serious long-term effects. The repetition of false claims over time is harmful. It means that their continued spread reaches more and more people who will believe it regardless of whether it's true or not. So if you think about the claim that if you don't vote, your vote is automatically assigned to the ruling party, that's something I know the IEC has debunked time and time again. Us at Africa Check have done the same, and yet it continues to crop up every election. And as ridiculous as it might sound to us, there are people who are sharing it every election because they genuinely do believe that it is true. So that repeated false information has a long-term effect, also on social behavior and attitudes. It results eventually in declining trust, not just in electoral bodies, but in state institutions overall. So what you then eventually have is political apathy and a people that are not participating in their democracy, which I'm sure you would all agree is a terrible thing. So that's why claims about electoral processes are very much on our radar as something that we need to get ahead of before local government elections. And we think that we will see this throughout the entire election period, from voter registration to election day to long after votes have been counted. And in fact, we are already seeing some evidence of these claims circulating. The document on the screen is supposedly leaked from the ANC and talks about the need to potentially delay elections. It was shared on X last week. The other tactic that we are very carefully monitoring and need to get ahead of is the targeting of minority groups, particularly foreign migrants. During the 2024 elections, we saw many claims about foreign migrants somehow being able to vote, and more broadly, claims that foreign migrants are accessing services or resources that are seen as belonging to South Africans, right? And this trend has very much continued. I think we're going to see more of it this year as we get closer to the elections, especially because it is not only supported by some political parties, but this narrative is actively being pushed by some of them. And this as well carries real risk of harm. We know that it is exploiting very real tensions that exist in South Africa, and we have seen repeatedly how this kind of narrative can translate into sometimes deadly xenophobic violence. The other thing we expect to see is fake endorsements, and an interesting observation from our 2024 coverage was that prominent US figures seem to be used, their likeness. And I think given the trajectory of US-South Africa relations since then, we are likely to see this happen again in 2026. So in other words, the Trump administration's dissatisfaction with the South African government, for lack of a better word, will create room for fake endorsements about minor or opposition or fringe political parties in South Africa. Some of you might remember this fake AI-generated endorsement of Trump endorsing the MK party. It was a very obvious fake, and I'll come back to AI in a minute, but I do think that in 2026, creating these kinds of fake endorsements will become easier, they will become more convincing thanks to AI, especially if they are in audio format. And that increases their likelihood of actually influencing voter decisions. The other thing we often see is false claims of size or attendance. Around election time, it's very common for photos of crowds, videos of crowds to be shared on social media to demonstrate how much support a political party has. And it can seem like something innocuous, but people treat photos as evidence, and so they can manipulate emotions, opinions, and even decision-making. That is especially the case when a political party is perceived as being more popular than it really is. Quotes falsely attributed is another tactic we expect to see. This comes in the form of social media accounts or websites sharing controversial views and then attributing them to well-known South African public figures, and there are some common targets on the screen. These are either real remarks that have been taken out of context or misconstrued. They can be manipulated, so maybe digitally some words have been added or removed, or they are completely fabricated, as in there is no evidence for them, like this quote that we recently looked into, supposedly by Shamila Batohi, describing her tenure as a horror show. And then the last thing is proactively getting ahead of fake giveaways and scams. And I think this is something that doesn't come up as often when we talk about election disinformation, perhaps because it's not as interesting. But elections offer a prime opportunity for these kinds of scams to circulate. We will see fake job ads for the IEC and other temporary election work. We will see claims or fake application forms for new social grants that are supposedly being introduced as a way for the ANC government or the DA government to hold on to power. We will also see claims that political parties or politicians are giving away data and other free goodies to their supporters. And all of these scams are almost always attempts to either gather personal information, which is then used for identity theft, or they involve direct requests for payment. And I think there, the potential harm for voters is very clear. The big question, what about AI? And it's interesting that in 2024, we saw less AI-generated content than we expected. The little that we did see, it was very crude impersonations of people, the kind of content that many would be able to easily identify as fake. And in some cases, the content even still had the watermark that shows which AI tool it was generated with. This is something that we call cheap fakes. and they are quite quick and easy to produce compared to deepfakes. So although we are seeing a rapid improvement in this technology, it still takes a bit of time, a bit of skill, and sometimes even money to produce a really convincing deepfake. However, the effect is the same. AI-generated content maybe doesn't necessarily need to be super convincing. The videos and the images that we looked into, despite being quite obviously fake, did huge numbers. They spread very, very far. So what does that mean for the 2026 local government elections? I do think that we will see an increase in AI-generated content. I think majority of that will still fit squarely within the cheap fake category, with the exception perhaps of fabricated audio. As fact checkers, it's much more difficult to verify a voice note on WhatsApp when you don't have those visual clues. And it's quite easy for disinformers to manipulate audio as opposed to having to sync voices and faces when it comes to videos. WhatsApp specifically would be a conduit for this. It's a platform that 90% of internet users in South Africa are accessing. And we don't know, because of the end-to-end encryption, just how much of this content is circulating on the platform. So that is potentially a vulnerable area for voters. We are also concerned about the liar's dividend, that as people become more and more aware of generative AI, it's an opportunity for perhaps political parties or politicians who are actually involved in wrongdoing to quite easily dismiss evidence of that as being AI generated. And then there are some sort of questions that we are still grappling with, like what about using AI for political purposes? Should we inform our readers when a political party has used AI in an ad campaign to show what life could look like under their rule? My sense is that the more AI-generated content is normalized, the harder it becomes for voters to trust anything that they see online. And so one question is, do we want to point out any AI-generated use regardless of its intent? And then the other thing is the role of chatbots. So what happens when voters ask Grok or ChatGPT, please compare political party manifestos for me, or compare the political achievements of these political parties over the last 5 years, and tell me who I should vote for in the next election? How do we know how accurate those results are? And here we are really pouring extra resources into AI literacy, and it has to go beyond just how to identify AI-generated content. Voters really need to understand how AI works, how to use it responsibly, and how to verify results that they may be receiving from chatbots. So to conclude, where does that leave us in terms of Africa Check's focus for the next few months? One, pre-bunking the tactics and not just the claims, so proactively helping voters identify the tactics and the disinformation narratives that they might see, not just the individual claims. We also think that measuring and communicating harm to both the public and to organizations like yours can help really raise awareness of how serious this issue is and how it affects people in the real world. Media literacy in the form of norm building is going to continue to be important, so teaching the public to do things like verify using official sources, to pause before sharing. We'll continue to do this kind of work. Meeting voters where they are will be important. The work that we do online is all well and good, but we are also prioritizing radio and television as a means to reach more people. Capacity building for particularly community journalists ahead of the local government elections, because this is a group of professionals for whom access to specialized training and things like verification is not always equal. We will continue coordinating with platforms, letting them know what our plans are and coordinating, but not relying on them, making sure that we prioritize our own capacity to respond to false information. And then lastly, cross-sector collaboration. We have seen from past elections and coalition work that we have done how leveraging off of each other's skills and working together means that we can reach more people and have more impact, and that's why it's really great to be a part of forums like this. So thank you for having me, and I will stop there.
Good afternoon, colleagues, or we're almost an afternoon, so it's still a little bit of morning left. So if we could kindly get like a roaming mic, we are going to be doing a bit of discussion. So if you have any questions that you'd like to ask our panelists, you are most welcome to raise your hand. I guess I'll get us started so that we while we go around the room, so that we have a little bit of engagement going. So obviously this was a very thoughtful and very thought-provoking discussion. I'm sure that all of you have so much that you'd like to ask. I mean, it's been exciting learning how the GCIS goes about fact-checking and dealing with these narratives, as well as Africa Check, and it's also been very informative hearing Dr. Ndlovu's presentation in terms of the impacts that this could have, and obviously other countries being interested in South Africa and possibly impacting how we would be engaging in terms of social media and our information and disinformation. What is so interesting is 2 or 3 years ago, the IEC had this very fascinating study that it had conducted with the HSRC, and the study found that most of South African voters still prefer traditional media such as your radio, your television platforms, and so on, to get some of the best or to get information regarding elections, etc. And what is interesting is, obviously as South Africans, we are a very young population, and as a result, I think that we'll start seeing platforms like X and Facebook and others such as TikTok playing a larger role. And it's interesting to see how these different organizations work in terms of curbing all of this misinformation and disinformation that we are coming across. So in his presentation, Dr. Ndlovu mentioned something quite fascinating. He mentioned that we need to safeguard our platforms from foreign interference, and in order to do that, we need to regulate these platforms. So it would be interesting to hear how the doctor suggests that we go about that as South Africans. One of the other questions that I'd like to pose to both of the panelists, our colleague from GCIS as well as our colleague from Africa Fact Checked, is how do we prevent and hold political parties accountable for the disinformation that they spread? We have seen instances of that, so it'd be interesting to know how we can go about holding those colleagues accountable. And then just tips in terms of how South Africans can go about fact-checking for themselves, because while it's obviously easy to go on the GCIS website and say, okay, let me just quickly check this out, I think it might be interesting to also know what do you look for in terms of these deep fakes, in terms of the kind of information that is shared. How do we go in terms of preventing ourselves from becoming victims of disinformation? Thank you so much, colleagues.
Thank you very much. I think the first problem that exists with the current spaces of public communication is that increasingly national conversations are happening in platforms that are privately owned. We have governments may have very limited power to control big tech companies. They are outside of the jurisdictions of many national governments. That is one of the biggest problems that the governments have in terms of regulation, but that does not mean that governments just need to surrender the sovereignty of their countries or what we call here digital sovereignty to these big tech companies, there has got to be a way of holding them accountable, because what colleagues have spoken about happens on social media. So the government have got to regulate big tech strongly, and there's got to be ways to punish, and there's got to be ways of cooperating as well. The specifics of that is something that can be worked out, but things cannot just be let be. Because a great deal of what we're talking about here happens in spaces that none of us really control, that are outside of our control, outside of government control, and it's something that big tech needs to be operate in such a way that it should be negative for them to allow disinformation to circulate in their space. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Senate, and thank you, Doctor. I'm just going to build on the idea of regulating, right, to answer those two questions about how do we hold political parties accountable, as well as how do we teach people to fact check. So in terms of political parties, that's a bit of a sensitive one for me. But to be fair and square, we have policies and frameworks and constitutional, limitations to how far. When you talk about, especially constitution and every clause or every constitutional right you have, there's a limitation, right? So as much as, one can say and do so much, but they also have to have limitations. So the only way I feel, or I think that we should hold them accountable, is to try and draw the line with them, but also be able to say, listen, now we have to act upon what you did, right? And I think we're seeing quite a lot of commission of inquiries popping up, right? And so those are some of the ways. And then your second question, which also is about how can you fact check? Fact checking, there's quite a number. There's Africa Check, right? We have your various government departments. There's also the real 411. Yes, the real 411. There's also, they're running away from me now, but I think I've covered the basics. But depending on what the issue is, if it's a government issue that is trying to fight this disinformation campaign, go to your GCIS or that particular department's website and then try and find out. Also, your Real 411, it's a free platform, it's an open source. You can go into it and just go and find whatever information that you're looking for. But in most cases, we, as government, we always put it out there that it's fake. We always stamp it as fake, or it's a scam, or it's whatever the case may be. We always put it on social media as well, and also share it with our stakeholder social medias. Thanks.
Thank you for those questions, and I think it's such an important consideration around holding political parties accountable. I mean, anyone that makes a false claim, for that matter, because once a false claim is made and it's out in the public, particularly on a very widespread platform by a person who has authority, like a politician or a political party, it spreads widely. And it's so much harder to counter that after the fact with correct information. You're almost fighting a losing battle. I can demonstrate with an example and explain how we approach this as Africa Check. So from my presentation, I showed some examples of visuals and images that supposedly showed ballot boxes involved in suspicious circumstances being stuffed or stolen or dumped somewhere. And one of these images was shared on X during the election by quite a widely followed account that was very clearly aligned to the economic freedom fighters. This person had a leadership position within the political party. When we fact check a claim like that, we have a very strict methodology. We always get in touch with the person who made the claim and we ask them, where is your evidence for this thing that you have posted or this claim that you have made? Maybe we get a response, maybe we don't, but we continue with our fact check anyway and we provide the accurate information. And we also then follow up and we say, hi, we've done our fact check and what you have shared is false. And would you like to issue a public correction, which is something that we find is also very important in terms of countering the harmful effects of false information. And again, sometimes just people who share false information are receptive to that, other times they are not. And so we rely on almost like a name and shame system where we publish our findings and people make judgments for themselves. But I also think that others have a role to play. Journalists, for example, have an important responsibility to report not just on what is said during rallies and campaign speeches, but also whether what is said is accurate. We really need to be careful of he said, she said reporting. And then the public as well has a role to play. You're very important stakeholders. So when you see something that you think is false, when you see a political party, a public figure, a politician sharing false information, we need to be actively calling that out. And I think the more pressure that we're able to build, the more we might see political parties taking account for the things that they share. And then I won't expand too much on how to fact check. There's some excellent resources that have already been given. But one thing that I do want to highlight in terms of how and why false information spreads so quickly, especially during elections, is because it plays on emotion. So you get a WhatsApp and maybe it scares you, the content of this message, or you feel that you really need to share it with your friends and family because it's helpful information about voting. And in that moment, if you do nothing else except just pause and take stock of how this message is making you feel and think to yourself, what is this message trying to get me to do? Even if you stop there, that's enough. If you want to go a step further and verify with the official sources that have been mentioned, then that's also a good thing to do.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from the floor? Okay, we have a question from the floor. Can we just get a mic?
Hello, people on the platform. I also want to say welcome to everyone here, and also want to say thank you for IEC to invite our organization. My name is Alcina Mufokeng. My surname is Mufokeng from DEFSA organization. I'm a social auxiliary worker. So far, I've been working with IEC very well. So I'm proud, a deaf person. I'm very proud of being a deaf person. But then, I found something very interesting about this presentation. I see that most the deaf disability people are not included, all of them. So I know that the President of South Africa has signed a Bill of Rights saying that sign language has been approved as the 12th official language. But now, as you are from the University of the Cape Town doing the research about the communication environment, on your communication space, we hear that there's a fake information and all of that. So I want to know from you, how does a deaf person can protect themselves if there's fake information? How can a deaf person protect themselves and how does it affect them negatively so? So we want to know how to solve these issues, especially for deaf community, because we are always the victims. Many of us will find that we find a mistake on the information, but then we don't know if this information is true or not. So how can a deaf person be protected and know that the news is fake or true? And also on social platforms. So how is it that how can we, like a deaf person, be able to access this kind of information? The second question, the person about, oh, I'm sorry about that. When you are wearing a uniform of IEC and some from the EFF, some from the DA and all the different parties. So,
just a bit of clarity. I need to know if that is allowed, because most deaf people, they are not clear about that information. Can we wear our regalia when we go and vote? Because most deaf people are not sure. Can you wear your political regalia? Does it mean that IEC would know if I'm wearing a t-shirt, I'm going to vote for that political party? Who do we ask if, the do's and don'ts when you go to go and vote? Let's say I'm a fan of political party A. Do I walk into a station? Do I have a right to vote because I'm wearing this particular t-shirt? There are a lot of misconception regarding that. Please just clarify to us as deaf community. Involve us, because I can tell you now, we are so clueless as deaf community. We don't know the do's and don'ts, what to do when we get to the station. Do we use sign language? Are there going to be interpreters? Please, a bit of education for us. Include us as deaf community, because I can tell you now, as I'm working as a deaf auxiliary worker, we are not clueless. We don't know how to prepare for this upcoming local elections. So we feel that you've excluded us in your election education. Again, if we have any questions, who do we ask? Is there a particular person that we can go to and get clarity? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your question. I think that's actually a very important question, because I think I'll answer it in two parts. One, I think because we have obviously the deaf community, but you also have people who are visually impaired, who would not be able to see on Twitter or X how the information is classified as misinformation or fake news, etc. So I think it'd be great for our panelists to maybe just answer that. And then with regards to the second part of the question, may I kindly ask that we direct that question towards our colleagues from the IEC, as they would be best suited to help. So let me maybe start with the commissioner, and then we will take one of our panelists to just answer the first part of the question. Thank you so much. And then sir, with the, I think it's orange shirt, then we'll take your question after that. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Okay. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the panelists for that session. It was very informative, and we learned a lot of things from their presentations. I've got 2 questions. I'm sure it's of clarity, or it's just questions about to Dr. Ndlovu regarding foreign agents' interference. You mentioned Russia and Israel, and I'm not sure whether you said that Russia might not intervene in our electoral process in terms of fake news. I'm not sure that's what you said, and if so, why do you think Russia might not play a role in terms of fake news during our electoral processes? The second one is to Senatle. I wanted to check with you about dark socials. That how come that at Madlanga Commission they can read WhatsApps? I thought you said there's it's difficult to penetrate those platforms like WhatsApp and Telegram. But now we see at the commission, the commissioners reading people's stories on WhatsApp. Thank you very much.
May I please take the first question? I said in terms of geopolitics, Israel and Russia are the countries that are most likely, and they have a history of, they may not interfere directly because of the diplomatic backlash that may come as a result of that, but these are countries that are most likely, that are interested in our domestic politics, because it also matters profoundly for their own domestic politics and their international standing as well. That is what I said. I did not exempt Russia. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. You remember when I started my presentation, I said there's a lot around mis and disinformation. Okay, so let me make this clarification. When it comes to us and institutions like your Africa Check, your Real 411s, your MMDAs, your MMAs, basically the fact checkers, right? There are certain social media platforms we cannot penetrate, right? Let me try and simplify it. I can go into Twitter right now because I have an account, and I can see the conversation, right? I can get the sentiments, I can see who's saying this, who's saying that. Those are what we call the ones that we can easily analyze. But when it comes to the dark socials are your WhatsApp, which are encrypted. Encrypted means I cannot see, we from someone from the outside who's not part of that conversation cannot see what that conversation is saying. So when it comes to your Madlangas and your Commission of Inquiries, basically there's a process, a legal process to obtain that information. I think the same applies to what's that man who killed his girlfriend? Pistorius, right? Oscar. It was the same process. There's a legal process to obtain the contents of your chat history and your phone and what's not. That's why we always say whatever happens in the digital space stays there forever. It cannot be deleted. Even if you delete on your phone, they can also retrieve it either way. I had a you. Yes, it's true. Watch what you do on socials. All right, thank you.
Okay. May I respectfully extend to what has just been said in relation to what I said, that all of this information of what happened, the history of your digital communication, the question is, where is it sitting? In terms of what I said of, these farms, digital farms that store information of different countries. Where is it sitting? who is regulating it, because it is not just sitting there, it is being classified, sorted, etc. And then what is it used for and by whom? Not so much only in terms of the Madlanga Commission, but in terms of very targeted communication by external forces. I think if you look at what is happening globally as to which countries are moving from which platforms, because those platforms could allegedly identify that, well, there is that particular general at that particular mall, and that is assassinated, if you follow international politics. So, but that is not because somebody else's intelligence is there, because it is working with clear coordination, working with big tech. That's why then other countries, I don't want to mention who, are moving from certain platforms to others and all of that. So that information is sitting, there's no information as you said, that has disappeared. Thanks.
I will also, if you'll allow me, expand a little bit on the issue of WhatsApp, and then I'll come to the other question. Because while the platform is end-to-end encrypted, we are not completely in the dark about what kinds of false information are spreading. One, because you can be certain that there's a level of cross-pollination. So when you see something on Facebook, chances are high that it was already circulating on WhatsApp a week ago. But we have also introduced initiatives to try and encourage people to share things that they suspect may be false on WhatsApp. Africa Check's podcast on this is called What's Crap on WhatsApp, and it has around 6,000 subscribers. These are people who send us claims that they receive in their community groups from their friends, their families, that they think are false. And every 2 weeks, we round up 4 or 5 of the most common claims, and we debunk them in WhatsApp, and that's really key to meeting people where they are. We produce a 7-minute long voice note, and we send it out. It's easy and quite cheap to produce, but it's also low cost for the person receiving it, and they can then forward it to others if they want to. And that has enabled us to collect some trends in terms of what circulates on WhatsApp. And thanks also for the question on how deaf people can protect themselves against false information. I think it touches on a larger issue around, are we reaching the people who most need access to accurate information, including people with disabilities? And it is a huge challenge that Africa Check is grappling with, and that I'm sure other organizations in the room are also facing. I imagine that audio, fake audio, is particularly, obviously going to be a challenge. Some of the steps that you might take to protect yourself will be the same, though, as for any other person. Practices like pausing before you share any information you suspect might be false, or verifying with official sources. Unfortunately, at the moment, a lot of that is based on visuals, right? So you go to GCIS's website, or you look up information somewhere else, and you need to then be visually able to do that. So that's another group of people that is potentially being excluded. But the challenge is the same across the board in terms of formats, that we need to engage people in a way that is accessible. Language is another big consideration. So what about people for whom English is not their first language? What about people who don't have access to the internet? These are challenges that we're constantly trying to meet.
Just to add on something, you made me remember something. You know, ladies and gentlemen, the biggest trend right now is links. Links, né? Especially when it comes to scams and flyers, especially that come from government, your IECs, your whatnots. You know, the mind works in a funny way. You'd get a flyer from GCIS or a particular department or the IEC that and it's got all the right things in all the right places, with the right people showing, né? And then only to find that there's a link. Press this link. And then you see, all we always look at is www. We don't look at other factors, elements there. And then we look at maybe GCIS, or if the word GCIS pops up there, or labor pops up there, or whatever department, or you see IEC, always criticize that link. Links for South African departments are very basic. www, the department's abbreviation, in most cases, is the acronym, right? DTI, DFFE, GCIS, IEC, then .gov. It's never .co.za. It is never .org.za, except for SOEs, state-owned entities. Always criticize those, because so many times we've got to realize that people get scammed, or people get false information, just because they did not really look at the, even if it's got a .gcis dash, criticize it. Because that's how a lot of people get scammed, that's how a lot of people get false information, that's how a lot of people just fall into these traps. But that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, we only have time for one more question. The gentleman there, you can ask your question. Unfortunately, we have run out of time for this session. So if you would like to ask any of the panelists a question, maybe we can ask it during tea time. So we'll take the one question, and then we'll have time for one brief response, and then we will break for 10 minutes. Okay, yes, sir.
Can
So I'll take your question just now. I just want to.
Thank you, Program Director. I thought we need to just give a bit more firm response on the question regarding deaf people.
Oh yes, I actually asked if we could possibly have it addressed by a colleague from the IEC. Okay. Because I think it would be best for the answer to come from the IEC, as it would be like the most, I think, reputable response in this regard. So would you be able to answer for it? Okay, so they'll answer the second part of the question now, then we'll take the gentleman in the orange shirt, one more answer, and then we will break for 10 minutes, and then I'll need you back after 10 minutes.
I thank you. I think first and foremost, the fact that the colleagues are here is an indication of our purposive approach to inclusivity. And you will realize that in almost every public event that the Commission convenes, we make a specific provision for especially sign language, because we are now bound by law also to make sure that that happens. But the Commission is also ensuring that ahead of the elections, we work very closely with membership bodies for people with disabilities. And I think, colleagues, we need to appreciate that when we talk about people with disabilities, they are many and varied. So the risk in the past has always been maybe to talk about maybe people on wheelchairs, people with visual impairment. But we, in our current discussions, are specifically focusing also on ensuring that the deaf are included in everything we do. In fact, I may also just invite the colleagues to liaise closely, and I can see there's already a very good relationship, as she said herself, with our provincial leadership. To liaise with the provincial leadership, the Electoral Commission is currently recruiting. We are already in the critical phase of the elections. And we are recruiting almost 900 people who will be responsible for outreach as an expansion staff. Out of those people, there is around 50 to 55 places that are reserved for the people with disabilities to be recruited to assist us in our outreach initiatives. So that would include people with physical impairments, visual impairments, but also the deaf. We are specifically reserving these positions for them to apply for these jobs, to be trained, and together we and them then go out there to the public to make sure that all those constituencies are covered. I must say that the response initially has not been very good. So we still have that vacancy for people with disabilities. We have made special appeals to the membership organizations to which most of these colleagues affiliate. So I would like to challenge the colleague to see the PO and follow up on this issue to say, how do we then make sure that our members apply and then that information can be provided? I thank you.
Thank you so much for the response, sir. I think that was very detailed, and if the colleague could try to see the PEO afterwards, I think that would be great. So we'll take the one last question, and then we'll take one response, and then we will break for tea for exactly 10 minutes, yes, and then we'll be back.
All right, no, thank you, Chairperson. Let me also appreciate and welcome the presentations. They were indeed very informative. I just want to check, I will be in short, Program Director. I will just take it down now to a layman's person like myself, a voter now. It is true indeed, but there is also this legislation that says freedom of speech. And now there is this IT thing. We are not going to dispute that. But now, when we are dealing with an ordinary person, in terms of understanding now, I just want to check, is there any use from the GCIS maybe, any system that they are using maybe to intercept, or maybe to say to screen or verify whatever the information before it gets viral? Why I'm asking that is because you are in the eve of elections, so then there is a voice note that says tomorrow as Kwelwa, no one has to go. Now it's viral. Now people already catch that, and now they are afraid to go and vote. Alone, that statement, it is viral. Now people are afraid to go and vote, because I'm representing those guys that are not at the level of education as myself now. Now I just want to check, is there any system maybe from GCIS to intercept, screen and verify that before it go viral? Two, maybe, just to be quick, these things of misinformation, as now we are aware, is taking place now. What are we doing now? Just to educate now the voters, to prepare so that they can prepare their minds that yes, it's not everything that is viral, that is true. In terms of educating the voters, are this voter education only the responsibility of the IEC, or what the GCIS is doing, including the Africa checks, to conscientize our people of the same information that we are today being taught about, especially when we are about to go for elections in few months? Lastly, Program Director, Dr. Musawenkosi also touched the issue especially of Israel, Russia, their interest, especially who's governing the government after elections and so forth. But also the media houses. How do you deal with these media houses, especially those who have journalists that also have their own agenda in terms of spreading the misinformation, especially if they are disliking a particular political party in favor of their favorite political parties? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, that was quite a lot. From the GCS, the first question was whether do we have measures to counter mis and disinformation campaigns and attempts, correct? Yes, we do. As I mentioned earlier when I was presenting, we do have different committees, so to speak, like your rapid response, which starts around 5 a.m. in the morning, and they do environmental scan, inclusive of they work hand in hand with the social media, your media monitoring, your domestic media engagement, and your international media engagement. But also, within that very same committee in the morning, we also have different communicators from different departments and state-owned entities. So we literally pull up all the issues within the environment that are popping up. And then, depending on the priority, or rather say we prioritize these issues, right? We either provide a strategic approach as the GCIS, meaning we advise this particular department to say, hey, listen, watch out for this thing, or this is what you need to do, right? We also can provide the measures or the mediums or the channels for whichever department to be able to spread the response and all that. The second question stated, citizen education, right? Civil education, yes. In collaboration with the IEC, in collaboration with your Africa Checks, your CSIRs, I'm talking about in the past and what is going to happen moving forward towards the elections. And civil education, we have initiatives that we have done before that to educate the public through our provincial offices and through also the national office to try and teach people constructively so. These initiatives can be face-to-face, like right now, could be just a campaign online or just infographics, trying to these infographics are trying to cater to different aspects or different demographics of South Africans, trying to teach them on what to do around elections, what to expect, what not to do, and all these things. So I think that covers your question, unless if I missed anything.
Colleagues, thank you so much for a lovely first session. We are now going to break for 10 minutes. You're most welcome to stretch your legs, grab some water, grab some tea, and then we will start again in exactly 10 minutes time. So if we could all kindly be back by 12:30. We are running 15 minutes late into the session, but I think it's because the discussion is so lively. I did see a hand on the other side. I believe it was one of the KUFSI graduates or KUFSI students. I implore you as one of the graduate attributes to go mingle. You could always approach the speaker, ask whatever question you have. I think it is a great exercise. And then again, please do socialize during the 10 minutes if you have a chance, and then we'll be back at 12:30. Thank you so much.
ebumnyameni.
There's a storm starting in my soul, reaching fever high, dragging me from the light. Now I see a truth, no disguise. Then it's how time to love me. Sell my love if you want, I'll uncover your lies. Lay your games in the open, watch me rise with every tear you cause. Don't think I'll break easy. Izokwenza uzosola kakhulu.
The skies of your love remind me of us. Izibhazi zothando lwakho zingikhumbuza thana. We almost had it all. Sizonke sasisondele. The skies leave me breathless. Ngiphefumula kanzima. We could have had it all.
Izinyembezi zami,
Tears of mine.
falling phansi kujuleni.
You held my heart in your cruel hands and inhliziyo yami ezandleni zakho zobubi. And you played it to the beat. Wedlala ngesigqi. Uzosola ukungilimaza. Tears are gonna fall.
Izinyembezi zoziwa. Izinyembezi zami. Baby, no happy ending story left. Anginalo iphupho elihle to share, but I've heard your twisted tale. Ngizokushisa umphefumulo wakho kancane kancane kancane.
Think of me when the night gets cold. Cabanga ngami ebumnyameni obunzima.
Build your regret like a home.
'Cause my peace won't be divided no more.
Don't think I'll fake quietly. Ngizokwenza uzosola kakhulu.
The skies of your love remind me of us. Izibhazi zothando lwakho zingikhumbuza thina. We almost had it all. Sizonke sasisondele. The skies leave me breathless. Ngiphefumula kanzima. We could have had it all. Izinyembezi zami.
Tears of mine, falling phansi kujuleni. You held my heart in your cruel hands, inhliziyo yami ezandleni zakho zobubi.
And you played it to the beat. Wedlala ngesigqi.
Uzosola ukungilimaza. Tears are gonna fall. Izinyembezi zoziwa.
Izinyembezi zami.
Throw your conscience through every open door. Count the blessings you threw away for more. Turn my tears into something unbreakable gold. You'll harvest the pain you planted.
Reap what you sow.
We could have had it all. Sasingaba nakho konke.
Izinyembezi zami.
Tears of mine, falling phansi kujuleni. You held my heart cruel. You played it, you played it, you played it to the beat.
Izinyembezi zami.
Tears of mine,
Izinyembezi zami. The scars of your love remind me of us. Izibazi zothando lwakho zinkumbuza thina. We almost had it all. Sisonke sasisondele. The scars leave me breathless. Imphefumula kanzima. We could have had it all. Tears on mine, falling phansi ekujuleni. You held my heart in your cruel hands. Inhliziyo yami ezandleni zakho zobubi. And you played it to the beat. Wayidlala ngesikri. Uzosola ukungilimaza. Tears are gonna fall. Izinyembezi zami. Izinyembezi zami.
Baby, no happy ending story left. Anginalo iphupho lihle to share, but I've heard your twisted tale. Ngizokushisa umphefumulo wakho kancane kancane.
Think of me when the night gets cold. Cabanga ngami ebumnyama nobunzima. Build your regret like a home, 'cause my peace won't be divided no more.
Don't think I'll fade quietly.
Ngizokwenza uzosola kakhulu. The scars of your love remind me of us. Izibazi zothando lwakho zinkumbuza thina. We almost had it all. Sizonke sasisondele. The scars leave me breathless. Imphefumula kanzima. dragging me from the light. Now I see your truth, no disguise. Tengisuthandolwami.
Show my love if you want.
I'll uncover your lies, lay your games in the open. Watch me rise, and every tear you caused.
Don't think I'll break easy. Ngizokwenza uzosola kakhulu.
The scars of your love remind me of us. Izibazi zothando lwakho zinkumbuza thina. We almost had it all. Sisonke sasisondele. The scars leave me breathless. Imphefumula kanzima. We could have had it all.
Izinyembezi zami.
Tears of mine falling phansi ekujuleni. You held my heart in your cruel hands. Inhliziyo yami ezandleni zakho zobubi. And you played it to the beat. Wayihlala ngesikri. Uzosola ukungilimaza. Tears are gonna fall. Izinyembezi zami. Izinyembezi zami.
Baby, no happy ending story left. Anginalo iphupho lihle to share, but I've heard your twisted tale. Ngizokushisa umphefumulo wakho kancane kancane.
Think of me when the night gets cold. Cabanga ngame bumnyama nobunzima. Build your regret like a home, 'cause my peace won't be divided no more.
Don't think I'll fade quietly.
Ngizokwenza uzosola kakhulu. The scars of your love remind me of us. Izibazi zothando lwakho zinkumbuza thina. We almost had it all. Sizonke sasisondele. The scars leave me breathless. Imphefumula kanzima. We could have had it all. Izinyembezi zami. Tears of mine falling phansi ekujuleni. You held my heart in your cruel hands. Inhliziyo yami ezandleni zakho zobubi. dragging me from the light. Now I see your truth, no disguise. Tengisuthandolwami.
Show my love if you want.
I'll uncover your lies, lay your games in the open. Watch me rise, every tear you cause.
Don't think I'll break easy. Ngizokwenza uzosola kakhulu.
The scars of your love remind me of us. Izibazi zothando lwakho zingikhumbuza thina. We almost had it all since sonke sasisondele. The scars leave me breathless, imphefumula kanzima. We could have had it all.
Izinyembezi zami.
Tears of mine falling phansi ekujuleni. You held my heart in your cruel hands. Inhliziyo yami ezandleni zakho zobubi. And you played it to the beat. Wayidlala ngesikri. Uzosola ukungilimaza. Tears are gonna fall. Izinyembezi zami. Izinyembezi zami.
Baby, no happy ending story left. Anginalo iphupho lihle to share, but I've heard your twisted tale. Ngizokushisa umphefumulo wakho kancane kancane.
Think of me when the night gets cold. Cabanga ngami bumnyama nobunzima. Build your regret like a home, 'cause my peace won't be divided no more.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Oh, we are officially having an afternoon. I'm going to ask the last two speakers to kindly join us. Our one speaker is Mr. William Bird, and also we have Mr. Avi Moodley. Okay, so for the colleagues who joined us a bit later, please note that we had to change our two speakers around, as one of our speakers unfortunately has to leave a little bit earlier to catch her flight. So we will be delving into the second session. You're most welcome to enjoy your refreshments, your tea, your coffee, a bit of snacks. Okay, I'm glad to see that people are still smiling, so it means you're not too tired yet. As I mentioned, we are having our second session, and our first speaker for our second section is Mr. William Bird. Mr. Bird needs no introduction, but I'm going to do that nonetheless. So Mr. William Bird, is like quite established. He studied at the University of the Witwatersrand, also known as WITS, in Johannesburg, where he obtained his BA and his honors degrees in drama and film. He worked in television after completing his studies. Most colleagues might know him from his time at the media monitoring as the media monitoring project manager at the Media Monitoring Africa, which he joined in 1995. Thereafter, he covered and was involved in over 100 media campaigns, which is a lot. And these span from gender-based violence, HIV and AIDS, racism and children in the media. And he's had work over, over 100 countries. That's like quite extensive as well. And he was appointed in 2009 as a Shoka Fellow and then as a Link Fellow in 2010. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Bird.
Right. No, I'll stand and hold my doodle. Okay, so I had an interesting experience this morning when I went into the shower. I opened the tap and water came out. And I say that's an interesting experience for me because, of course, I'm from Joburg, where we don't have a lot of water at the moment. So let's go. I'm going to start off with some Margo mind reading fun, right? This is to help get us into the mood. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask my colleagues to witness. This is a blank sheet of paper. Okay, I've just written what I think is the number that you're going to come up with at the end of this exercise. And I'm handing it now to, don't open it yet, just keep it there, to our colleague, and now I'm going to attempt to read your minds. So what I want you to do as you sit there is pick a number between 1 and 10. Don't tell your person next to you. You can write it down if you've got a short memory, but just remember a number between 1 and 10. Have you all got that number in your head? Good. Next thing. Ooh. Right, now multiply your secret number by 3. Yes, by 3. Okay? You've got that number in your head. Or you can write it down. There's paper in front of you if you're really struggling with your school maths. Now I want you to add 6 to that total. So you multiplied it by 3, and now you add 6 to that number. I'm just making this hard. Now I want you to divide that total number by 3. So you've multiplied it by 3, you've added 6, and now you're dividing that whole amount by 3. Everyone with me? Right? Now, subtract the number you first thought of from your new total. That new total, subtract that number you first thought of from your new total. And now I'm going to ask Sanet to open the piece of paper and to read out the number that's written on it.
The number's 2.
There you go, huh? Read all of your minds collectively in the room. See, that's a bit of Maga magic there. You all had 2. Right, and I'll get to why I did that in just a moment. So, I'm going to make 5 points. The first is about the invisible hand, which is what I've just showed you. The second is about the discourse of division. The third is about AI exponential. The third is what you can do about all of these things. And the fifth is about what we're doing about it. So, ooh, gosh, that looks horrible. So, it looked better than this on my computer screen. But what we see and what we're fed isn't just designed to, we know about this concept of an echo chamber, right? Your social media feeds, if you like to see pictures and learn about the IEC, you'll tend to see more things about the IEC. If you like cars, if you like cats, you'll see a lot of pictures and images and things about cats. And it builds this echo chamber. But of course, social media has advanced a lot over the last several years. And they're using AI's capabilities increasingly. So it isn't just about an echo chamber. It's also about something that is there to deliberately manipulate your understanding. And deliberately there to manipulate the things that they want you to think about. So generally what happens with social media these days is they like to take you on this emotional roller coaster, where they'll show you some things that are cute, and then they'll show you some things that'll shock you, that'll anger you, that'll horrify you. All of that's designed because they know that if you are feeling on an emotional roller coaster, you're more likely to buy rubbish, buy stuff, right? That's what it's designed to do, buy stuff. But that same thing also means it's prone to making you open to and amenable to mis and disinformation. And we've heard such amazing inputs already on it. I'm not going to spend time on that, but it does make you more prone to, or more susceptible to mis or disinformation. So the longer you spend on that roller coaster, the more likely you are probably to then also not only buy stuff you didn't know you wanted and didn't know you needed and probably don't need, but you're also more likely to spread mis and disinformation precisely because you're susceptible to this roller coaster. So it doesn't just put you in an echo chamber where if you like, if you're leaning of a particular persuasion that it takes you there, or if you take the other way it takes you there. It does that. There's that echo chamber effect, that's for sure. But it also does something else. It helps you frame what it wants you to think about. And that's a really, really important thing when you think about the next 2 points that I'm going on to. One of the things that's emerged since that demented, Nazi, lying, deceptive, misogynist, racist, white supremacist known as President Trump in other contexts has done is that he has taken a public discourse and not only normalized lying by one of the most powerful leaders anywhere in the world, he's also starting to normalize, or trying desperately to also normalize, this discourse of division and this discourse of hatred. Right? So the other day he posted an image of Michelle and Barack Obama he superimposed their videos, or not, he didn't. He had posted a video that someone had superimposed their heads onto bodies of chimpanzees, right? Now, had that occurred in South Africa, and had our president or any senior leader done that, they would probably have had to left the country. But in the case of Donald Trump, they denied it first, then they said it wasn't so bad, then they said the president didn't really post it, and then they said someone junior had made a mistake, and then eventually they removed it, right? So there's no accountability actually. And again, what that does is it starts to normalize this idea that being out there and being extreme and putting out something that is so profoundly offensive is actually okay. And they're doing that on the basis of misogyny as well. Now, if you think about this, this is intimately linked to the spread of mis and disinformation, and at the same time, then, to this issue around artificial intelligence. Because one of the downsides to this idea that artificial intelligence is so good at creating things that we don't know if it's real or not is precisely because you then rely on that sense of your emotions. You're left with it robs you of your rational ability to think, to question, and as Cayley pointed out, to just pause a moment before you can then go out and reshare or repost something. So what I'm arguing is that this whole social media network and this world that we're entering now, which is going to be a brand new world thanks to AI, is fundamentally reshaping everything that we know. And those very, very dangerous ideas, those ideas of polarization, of division, where it's okay to spout and sprout such deep, horrible, racist, misogynist things, are discourses that are deeply entwined with disinformation. And if you think to yourself, why is that the case? It's because these people want to make you angry. They want to make you fearful. They want to provoke anxiety. But for leaders, the question that you might have is how does someone like Donald Trump say something like they're eating the dogs? And yet people will still go and vote for that man. How does he have women when they know that he's been mentioned 38,000 times in the Epstein files, who's a world-renowned pedophile? Or when he's recorded as saying, grab them by the... Right? How do they know? Why is it that women still go and vote for him? And some research is emerging that says that basically what's happening is that that kind of logic puts him out there as a man who's not afraid to challenge taboo. This is a man who's not afraid to challenge the norm. And if you're living in a society that's feeling deeply uneasy, what you want is someone who's prepared to go out there and say things that no one else is prepared to say the things that need to be said, theoretically, right? And their approach is to do that. But of course, the counter to that is one of the reasons that someone like a Trump and this dangerous discourse that polarizes. And again, it's structured into these social media discourses and these tools. One of the reasons they like to do that is because it shifts blame away from the people that are actually responsible for problems, and it shifts it onto people who generally are too powerless to have anything to do with those problems. Think about it in our own context, about those political leaders who openly think that it's a good idea to be xenophobic. Some of them ahead of our last elections even said they were proud to be called xenophobic, right? It's the same kind of logic. You take the poor service delivery, or the failures to provide X, Y, and Z, or the high levels of corruption, or any litany of the issues we have. And instead of looking at the complex, nuanced, difficult issues that arise around that, what you do is you scapegoat someone who's got no power to fight back. Who are those people in our country? They tend to be from other African states. What do? You make them the bad people, you make them the villains. Right? So this is a deep use of political strategy, and it's in one and the same thing with mis and disinformation. Now, where this links to AI is that AI isn't just a set of tools. It isn't just things that make images. It isn't just impacting how every single one of us is going to act and operate in the next decade. It's something that's causing a sea change of how we engage and understand the world around us. Right? It's probably going to destroy most of our media businesses, but anyway. So I thought, I know this is a bit cheap, but whatever. These images were of two famous stars, Katy Perry and Rihanna, who appeared at what's called the Met Gala. There was lots of fashion pictures around this and said, "Oh wow, your dress looks stunning." And then the pop star said, "But Mom, I wasn't even there." Because both of these images were generated by AI. Now, in this instance, it's the sort of thing that doesn't really cause any kind of public harm. But here, you've got another image where this was theoretically a woman protecting a child in South Sudan from some soldiers, and you can see it's quite a powerful image, right? It's a very well constructed image. And this one also, surprise, surprise, is AI. So it can go from fairly innocuous things like celebrities at a ball to things that can stoke and provoke very real forms of violence. And most of us, if we see this, we're going to be horrified. And instead of analyzing it for 5 to 10 minutes, which you need to do, we're going to just repost or reshare that image. And a lot of people these days don't share disinformation because they're necessarily evil. They share it because they share harvesting, right? They're getting follow harvesting. This is why they would like to start to share that sort of thing. So this issue around mis and disinformation is now complicated by the fact that it is actively rewarded, endorsed, and encouraged by the social media houses that are there. So, back to basics on very fair, credible elections. We're very lucky in South Africa to have easily one of the most incredible election management bodies anywhere in the world. This is something we need to make sure we let everyone know, because not only because it's true, but because it helps people understand that when you've got a body that is on a par with the best electoral management bodies anywhere in the world, the chances of elections being rigged, unfair, etc., are remarkably small. Of course, the IEC makes errors and they'll get things wrong, and some people will stuff things up. It happens everywhere in the world. But being among the best in the world is something we need to continuously make sure that the people and the public know about. Why? Because it builds credibility and it builds trust. It builds the opposite of what that discourse that I've spent time elaborating on seeks to undermine. What you want to know is something that you can rely on and that is dependable and that is certain, and that is the IEC. Right? And that's important. Yeah, good. We should applaud them. Now, critical to that, of course, are all of these other things which are there and I've listed, and I'm assuming we know them, but I don't have time to go through them. But there are a whole range of elements that construct and contribute to free, fair, and credible elections. Political parties are among the most salient of those. So when you get political parties that themselves go and seek to undermine the electoral system, they're doing it for cheap political point scoring in most instances, but they also are undermining the very system that they're using to get them elected. So it's a short-term, very damaging, very destructive approach to political operation, and it's very, very damaging to free, fair, credible elections. And again, it is also mis and disinformation. Now, news in an ecosystem is fundamentally critical, right? What we're seeing emerging now is this concept of epistemic security, which means that you have to be able to rely on certain kinds of information if you're going to survive in society. You need an IEC that is there, credible, dependable. You also need to know that you can go to an entity and get credible, reliable information that's real. That's why the public broadcaster, the SABC, is so absolutely critical to our environment, because you have to have a broadcaster, a series of media that you can go to where you know that even if they get things wrong from time to time, most of the information is real, accurate, and credible. Small, independent community media that are there, that have got journalists out there telling real stories. These are things that are going to make sure that we survive what is effectively a massive extinction level event that is coming as a result of this spread of mis and disinformation enabled by social media and enhanced by all of these AI systems. So what do we do about it? We do a lot of partnerships, partner with the IEC, etc., etc. We have tech things that we do that will help you understand and see what's there. If you see something that you think is mis or disinformation, you think is incitement, you think is hate speech, or you think is harassment, you report it to Real 411. It'll take you 2 minutes and it'll go through and it gets fed directly through to the IEC. It also then gets reported through to the IEC. Real 411, it's there, it's quick, it's easy. There's a link, and if you get the report, you'll see it. These are some of the examples we saw. One of the most despicable things was the attack against Commissioner Love. And I want to highlight that because this was exactly the kind of tactic that they're using in the States. You target someone who's got credibility, you undermine that person in a senior position of authority at the institution in order to get people to think, well, if she's crooked, if she's evil, if she's useless, if she's corrupt, the whole thing is a disaster, right? It's a very cynical, worrying ploy. So when you see this stuff, say to yourself, why are they doing it? Ask yourself, pause, reflect, and then don't share it. Report it to Real 411. There's some other election tools. We're doing this thing called the Partnership on Information Integrity ahead of elections, and we'll be doing all sorts of really exciting things there. But I want to just end with this. So here's what you can do in terms of the media that are in the room. Commit to quality, ethical journalism. The greatest thing you can do for democracy and for saving our society is to do good quality journalism. It's going to be one of the single most critical things we're going to need for society. Digital literacy is equally important. You've got to help our audiences understand how social media seeks to manipulate them. You just keep exposing them. And then, when the dark forces behave in a reprehensible manner, we have to call them out again and again and again and again and again. Xenophobia, racism, misogyny, these things are not okay. They undermine democratic systems. They're as bad as mis and disinformation, and they travel together to undermine our democracy. Every time someone does that, you've got to call them out, right? And if we don't, we lose, because if you let them get away with it, you normalize it so that you can see that that level is escalated in the United States to the point where the president thinks that it's okay to post a picture of Michelle and Barack Obama as chimpanzees. Then the other thing to do, report and work with civil society. That's it.
Thank you so much. We unfortunately only have 15 minutes per speaker, which means that we are slightly a bit more constrained in terms of getting their knowledge, getting their expertise, and getting them to share all of which they know with us. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our our second last speaker for this afternoon. This is Mr. Avi Moodley. So, Mr. Avi Moodley is a principal AI specialist at the CSIR, which is quite exciting. He has over a decade of experience in leading multidisciplinary teams and has been quite successful in terms of their work in terms of software, data, and AI solutions across a number of various industries. So we are so pleased to have you here. Thank you so much for your patience, your time, and also for sharing your expertise with us. We unfortunately have to restrict you to 15 minutes, and I know it's a bit condensed given the nature of what you'll be presenting, but thank you so much again for your time.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So today I'm going to take you through something that we have in the pipeline that we're planning for this upcoming election, but more so prepping for the big national one in a few years, because this is a test bed. One of the big challenges that we've seen in previous elections have been around misinformation, which has been the topic of the day. But the bigger challenge is our efforts as researchers are inhibited because we don't have access to data. So I'm going to try and go through the technical detail quickly so that I can speak about some of the conceptual things. So yeah, the big dark shadow over our democracy is going to be the effect of misinformation. If we allow it to propagate, if we let it get to the state that people believe this as the truth and not what the actual truth is, we are going to be in serious trouble as a country. So there's a few things that I've just noted here that are important for our scientific community as well as some of our civil society that is getting on board to tackle this challenge. The big thing is we don't have access to multiple of these platforms to the extent that we should. Since 2022, there's been severe restrictions that have inhibited our efforts. So we do as much as we can, but we actually need help to open up the data access for us to be able to identify these challenges and be able to put in place certain mitigation steps. My colleague from the GCIS spoke about private platforms and how elements propagate through channels like WhatsApp and Telegram. Those channels, you really do need significant permissions to kind of intercept, and it's not something that we could do on a daily basis for everyday citizens. It will only occur in like kind of special cases, so we don't have that option to pursue it. But the mitigation that we can put in place is we need to educate the population on what misinformation is, how do you identify it, how do you pause and take account for what you're looking at before you actually share and recycle and make the process propagate. And another challenge when it comes down to the educational content. A lot of the times we create a pamphlet, it's in English, it may be in some of the other official languages, but in our country we have a serious challenge regarding literacy. So if we're creating text-based content, we are excluding a large population who may not be able to consume the text-based content. So in this initiative, we are moving towards a direction of audio-visual education content, leveraging some technology to make it feasible and doable such that we can spread the information that is trusted to more people so that people can be educated about the risks that misinformation poses to our electoral process as well as everyday life. So I'll briefly touch on this. I think all the colleagues that spoke earlier spoke about the risk of social media And I just want to echo that sentiment, and I'll briefly touch on a few things. With the insights that you get from social media, it's starkly different to what you would see in your conventional media, your news outlets, because it's a platform for everyday citizens to share what they think, what they feel, and there's no restrictions on what you can say. There should be in some instances, but for the most part, you are free to say whatever you want and share your opinions and your views. So by us being able to look into this window and see what citizens are talking about, it gives us a means of identifying, is misinformation propagating in certain places? Is there a possible unrest that we need to put some actions in place to prevent or to mitigate? Various other factors. So having a view into what social media is telling us gives us decision-making power as South Africa, where we can respond to various things and ensure that none of our integrity in election census are compromised, but also it allows us to mitigate other challenges that may arise. So I spoke about the data challenge. So just in contrast, I've been working on the elections from a social media perspective from 2019. And in 2019, we collected 5 million tweets easily via API access. It probably took us 2 or 3 hours of effort to set it up. But in 2022, when ChatGPT came about and all the social media platforms shut down their data access, it significantly inhibited research efforts that we were putting forward. And over the 3-month period, we ended up only being able to attain 27% of the data that we did in 2019. And this was through tedious manual processes of exporting from platforms and setting up processes that takes away the time from the actual meaningful analysis that gets us to the crux of certain problems. So data access is a massive influential factor that if we can correct, we have the skills and expertise from not just CSIR, but from the broader ecosystem to effectively tackle some of these challenges if we are enabled. Then I'm going to go into the details of a system that we are trying to put in place over the course of this year. And the primary crux of it is to protect our democratic discourse, ensure that the public have trust in the institutions like the IEC, which are there to protect our democracy, and not try to undermine it like William put it so well earlier. So this is how we're looking at tackling this problem from a practical sense. So we're looking at defining the scope of what we're looking for in terms of data and keywords, because you can't scrape the entirety of social media, but if you're looking for specific, if you want to see what is hateful comments that go in the direction of different political parties, we have the means to set that up. If you want to see if there's certain topics that align to misinformation, that's also on the agenda here, but the initial phase involves us thinking about it critically and defining the parameters that we would like to monitor so that we capture the right amount of data and we are able to respond effectively with downstream mitigation tasks. Then the process involves harvesting the data, applying some intelligence processes like sentiment analysis, emotion, sarcasm, topics, misinformation indicators, protest indicators, and labeling all our data. So basically it's, you get a raw piece of say a tweet, and now you give it all of this metadata that categorizes it into, this is a very angry tweet, or this tweet is angry and it speaks to voter rigging. So now that is 2 indicators that could potentially speak to a pattern that we need to flag to some of our partners to take action on or to investigate further. And William also mentioned an element of echo chambers. So in step 4, when we are analyzing the insights, it's how do we set off automatic triggers to the relevant parties? How do we send this information that we detect from our systems to the likes of Media Monitoring Africa, the Real 411 Africa Check, so that their processes get the data that they can then act upon? And how do we build the stuff that allows us to detect echo chambers and see what is being echoed in these chambers, so that if it is a misinformation echo chamber, we have a community that we need to possibly watch and be able to act upon. And all of these things lead to us building this as infrastructure that we reuse in future. So it's not just going to be stuff that we build, we park it after the election's over, and we come back in 2 years' time when the next election is around the corner. We need to be consistent. We need to be thinking about this, and we need to be ahead of the problem so that when it rears its head, we're ready to act on it. And then the big aspect of all, the biggest aspect of all, is educating the public. There's various socioeconomic backgrounds that exist in our country, and it's not always easy to cater for everyone. So part of what our efforts are going to be is to cater for the 11 official written languages in terms of technology we currently have on offer, but we are also exploring partnerships with colleagues at UFS that deal with South African Sign Language so that we can be as inclusive as possible and make our solutions in terms of educating the public cater for the 12 official languages. It's not an easy task, but yeah, it's something that we're working towards. It may take a few years to get it perfect, but in the interim, we can put solutions in place that enable equality on information access on that front. So I'm going to skip through some of these to just save some time because it gives a lot more detail on some of the aspects I was discussing there. So I'll just touch on this quickly. Our automatic flagging system that we want to put in place before the elections. All the information, all the data that lands in our system that we then go and apply all of these different indicators to, if there are patterns of concern that either we identify with our information or our partners identify, that feeds back into the system so that in future, if anything of this nature emerges, our system has some context to be able to pick it up. And that's the sort of thing we're trying to create. We want a feedback loop where problems happen, where something was classified as misinformation and it wasn't actually misinformation, taking those details, somewhat educating our systems so that they can do better in picking up things. But the crux of it is, for the manual effort that needs to go into reporting some misinformation elements, it makes people's lives a hell of a lot easier if you don't need to look through 1 million tweets, but just 100. And if 10 of those 100 are actually misinformation, that's only 10% of the work. That's only 10% of the data that you're looking through rather than 1 million. So part of the efforts going into this initiative and this system is such that the downstream work that usually becomes overwhelming in times where misinformation is prime, how do we make that easier for the people on the ground to leverage the data, leverage the insights, to make those calls and mitigate it, because we don't have the means to do it ourselves, but our partners do. So it's more of a supportive system that we're trying to build that enables everyone working on this critical challenge to be a little bit more effective, be a little bit more efficient, and not want to pull the hair out. So going to my public education initiatives. CSIR has done a few initiatives of this nature in the past. One notable one is COVID. And We've done multilingual content to some extent, but it's usually been text-based. So this year, we're exploring how do we make use of AI for good. In some instances, we have text-to-speech systems in all 11 official spoken languages that we are going to leverage for this initiative so that we cater for the audio component. There's elements that help people that are blind. Like I mentioned, for the deaf community, we're looking at partnerships with colleagues that are working on South African Sign Language to come on board and help us on this front. But the crux of it is we want to bridge the language and the literacy barriers that inhibit people from accessing critical information that helps them make better decisions when it comes down to misinformation. So what's inhibiting us is, like I mentioned earlier, it's data access. That is one of the biggest challenges. And there is a clause in some of these social media platforms where certain government accounts can get priority access in times of elections. So it's something that I want to really advocate for, because if that is something that can materialize, whether it's the IEC, whether it's GCIS, whether it's another government department that can enable this element for us, you don't need to manage it on your own. CSIR can be the custodian to manage the technical aspects of it, but that will enable not just us, but such a large portion of companies and organizations that are working on the ground on this to do better and to have more reach. Funding, as we all know, is a challenge all over the place, especially in the public sector, but sustained efforts need to be prioritized by us as a country to enable us to continue our efforts and not park it and wait until the next cycle of elections, because we would need to play catch up on all the new things that have emerged, because our tools would be catering for what existed 2 years ago and nothing that has emerged recently. So it's very important for us to continue our efforts and push that forward. And yeah, the biggest thing is educating people. If people understand, this is how I pick up something is not looking right. My colleague from the GCIS spoke about the link aspect. That is one of the most critical pieces of information that anybody can use to safeguard you from scams, because as soon as you see a weird link, you just leave it alone. You don't touch it. You don't even risk opening it because maybe there's a virus attached. Maybe they're going to harvest your information. Or maybe they're going to try and convince you of something that is misinformation. So it's very important that we set a standard in how we educate the population on how to cope with misinformation situations so it doesn't boil up, it doesn't become unrest, it doesn't end up in violent protests in some instances. We need to put that effort in to make that a reality. And the biggest thing for me is everybody needs to collaborate. There's no point in us existing in silos. There's no point in us looking at things and saying, okay, this is my small piece of it and I am going to hold on to this tightly. We don't have the resources that the Western countries have. So we need to pool our resources. We need to kind of channel the concept of Ubuntu and work together so that when we're tackling these problems, it's not Avi's win, it's not William's win, it's not Senatle's win, it's the country's win. So that's what we're trying to endeavor towards. How do we all work together? We all do our parts in the wider system, but our goal is to maintain the integrity of our elections for now and for the future. And yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
Colleagues, we are slightly running behind schedule, so I'm going to ask the panelists or the speakers if they could just kindly join us again, and then we'll just take one round of questions, Can I have some hands, please? We have one. We'll take 5 hands, and then we will encourage you to mingle during lunch. Can I have a second hand? Can we please have a roaming mic? Okay. We have, do we have a second hand? Okay, we have a second hand, the gentleman in the UFS blazer with the hat on. Can we have a third hand? Any third hands? Okay, we'll take the first 2 hands, and then we will maybe do another round of questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Oh, sorry. Facilitator. We have a question from YouTube, from Paul, who says, since there is still a digital divide in South Africa, is the impact of mis- or disinformation more or less severe in correlation to this? And additionally, constitutional reform section 16 as a suggestion. That is from Paul on YouTube.
Okay, thank you so much. Can we maybe take another online question when we do the second round? No online, okay. We'll do them in person. Can we have our second question, the gentleman in the UFS blazer?
Oh, there we go.
We can hear you, sir.
Thank you. My name is Musawenkosi. I am SRC Policy and Transformation at UFS. First, I'd like to start off by saying that I'm a big Rosa Luxemburg fan. And Rosa Luxemburg speaks of revolution, and revolution being transformation. And to get transformation, we ought to be educated. For education agitates. And a little link or a lack of that I have not been hearing in most of the presentations as the education part. The only way to fry away from misinformation is to educate. That's the first point. And then to the previous speakers that were speaking before, I was raising my hand, but I didn't get any attention. But there's something that I wanted to say there, and that is there will always be foreign agents and amplifiers of alternative truth for as long as the ownership of the legacy media is in the hands of the 1%. I truly believe that regulation is not enough. Ownership is the only thing that makes sense. And another thing is that most of the speakers didn't really speak about the historical inequalities and its intersections and susceptibility to misinformation. My grandmother, for example, truly believes that when she watches TV and you are on the TV set, whatever you're saying is true. Okay? Also, another thing that we sort of frying away from is the weaponization of narratives, which is like one of the biggest diseases that the media has. The media likes to weaponize narratives, especially if it's a narrative that is against.
Sir, we are running behind time. Can I get a question, please?
Yeah, sure. So my question is for Mr. William Bird, right? Sorry. Mr. Senatle spoke about government communication strategies. How does Moxii Africa ensure that media monitoring remains independent and away from the clutches of what we call the weaponization of narratives?
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have any other questions? Okay, so we'll take those 2 questions, and then we unfortunately have to move on to our next speaker. Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks. And those are really great. Oops, just drawn my pants. Those are really great points and questions. I think certainly on the first issue relating, I'll let Avi can talk about education. But when we talk about inequality, I think to a degree it helps us that there are less people that have access to the internet, to the extent that because we don't have a proper coordinated national digital and media and information literacy program, they aren't being exposed willy-nilly to all of these things without getting the necessary skills to manage them themselves effectively. What we do know from our experience of working with young people in underserviced and resource-poor areas is that they are ironically more susceptible to certain kinds of disinformation precisely because they don't have access to the necessary skills and the other counter-information to whatever they're hearing. In other words, if you've got less information and then the only kind of information you do get exposed to is bad information or misinformation, then you are more likely to be susceptible to that kind of information. So the digital inequality and the digital divide, unfortunately, is just getting worse. And with the spread of AI and the fact that the young people now don't have access to it, by the time they do get access to AI in a year's time, 2 years' time, if we're that lucky, you know, they're going to be accessing a system that all of us in this room are able to start to get to grips with, and they're going to be accessing it at point zero. So it is really, really critical that we ensure that media and information literacy is something that is taken far more seriously, precisely because it gives people the necessary skills to operate in the world as it's changing, because without that, they're not going to be able to operate effectively or safely, including our grannies and our mothers and our grandfathers and all of those people, because they are the ones that have to know to not take a call from a banker who pretends to be phoning them to tell them that their account's being opened as we speak. Because these people are increasingly sophisticated, they know your details, and it's a very good business for them. So they've got a lot to gain by doing it, and they can use, and they are using AI now to do that, and I can't get into that detail. But in terms of avoiding weaponization of narratives, so the organization that I'm very lucky to run, we have a very clear bias. Our bias is in favor of our fundamental rights and our rights-based approach. And we're open and explicit about that. We openly advocate for, as I said, public institutions that merit trust. And those are the guiding principles. And so anything that goes against that, we will strongly oppose. We have a very good working relationship with our friends and colleagues at GCIS, but they will also tell you, more often than not, that sometimes we'll be some of their strongest critics. And they're not very happy about that sometimes. And that's the way that we maintain and ensure our independence and continually assert for the kinds of rights that we think all people merit and deserve. It's in our constitution. I've got it in my bag right there that I can cite for you.
Thanks, Willem. Just to touch on the education element. So you used a very interesting word where you said alternative truths. And it's a concept that I've seen emerge a lot in the age of social media, where if people think something is true, they feel entitled that that is the truth. And it's a stigma in society that I don't have an answer to fix. But it is a challenge that we need to find a way to get people to decipher what is true from what is false. And it's a journey. It's not going to be easy. To touch on the education aspect, there are massive inequalities from the past that inhibit where we are right now as a country. And when you look at education as a whole, there's many challenges, but we need to focus our efforts on what differences we can make to push it forward. Because if we live in the narrative that everything is bad, everything is against us, we don't necessarily see the opportunities to better it. I'm not saying that challenges and problems don't exist in many facets of education or the lack of education. It's we need to make efforts, and there is efforts. So in most government organizations, the usual rhetoric that gets conveyed is, you guys are not doing anything, or you're wasting my taxpayers' money. But the nitty-gritty details under the hood, the wins for the country, all of those elements, those don't get publicized as much as the bad things do. So it's always good to look at what interventions exist, where there are gaps, challenge it. Make a claim that this is insufficient so that you can address it, but we need to come out of the mindset of looking at things from, this is just horrible, and looking at it from, here's an opportunity here where there's a gap. Nobody's doing anything here. Can I do something to fill this gap? And I don't know if I answered you there, but just some comments from me on that. Thank you.
One last quick comment, sorry. I think in asserting all of this, I don't think we want to be seen to be suggesting that we should only believe in things that are scientifically or verifiably true, right? Because many of us, myself included, believe things that are clearly and patently not true. I will, for example, believe if I'm watching a football game or a cricket game where if I'm not watching, it'll help make sure that they either score the goal or don't score the goal, right? And clearly, in my rational mind, that is the most ridiculous thing to think, right? That me being present in front of my television is going to make the slightest difference, right? But sometimes I will avidly believe that because I'll think I've seen it happen, and then I'll step out of the room and my team will do well, and I'll be like, thank goodness I wasn't watching. But when I watch, and then suddenly they score a goal against my side, and I'm, oh, you see, I shouldn't have been watching, right? All of us have things like that, and it's not to say, and I think for me this is the point, right? There are things that are, there are practices like that that are not harmful, and there are practices and ideas that are. And for me, that's why I believe in this work, because it's founded on our constitutional's guiding principles of dignity and equality for all. And if there are values or ideas that come in that seek to undermine or harm those things, then I have to go, well, hang on a minute, I want to question why someone is seeking to prejudice someone or harm someone else just because of what they look like or something that they say. And that for me is where we then start to draw the balance of when there's things that aren't true, that we know aren't true, but are harmful practices.
Thank you so much. Can I please have a round of applause for all of our speakers? Okay, again, I just wanted to thank our speakers, Dr. Ndlovu, Mr. Senatle, Mr. Moodley, Ms. Cartwright, I believe she has already left, and Mr. Bird. Thank you so much for your time. I think I butchered someone's name. I apologize for that. But thank you all so much. Can I just have a round of applause before we introduce our last speaker? Okay, it's been great joining all of you. I think that we've all learned a lot, and I think if we could take something away from today, it would be to be able to pause, reflect, and think. If you can, fact check before you reshare. So I think that's a great takeaway. Let's pause, reflect, have the ability to just quickly double check before we reshare. I think that's a great message. Maybe it could be a tweet, someone there. Again, I would like to welcome our last speaker for this afternoon, Dr. Victor Shiale, who is the DCEO of Outreach for the IEC, to just do the closing remarks. Thank you again, colleagues.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Program Director, thank you very much for the opportunity. And I fully align myself with the protocol established, and I have no intention of detaining you any further. We need to manage all risks, including the risk of impoverishing people when there is food. So mine is really to acknowledge the contributions made, and just to really underscore on behalf of the commission here represented by Commissioner Titi Pitso and colleagues in the administration, that as the first speaker indicated, the ground has shifted and it continues to shift. And I think this is very important in a sense that we need to internalize this and understand what it means for each one of us, what it means to our localities, what it means to our province, and what it means to the country. We often interact with the social media, with the traditional media, and sometimes just dismiss things at face value, thinking that they have no immediate bearing on our day-to-day lives. But the emerging trend of the decline of democracy, or the so-called the democratic recession, is real. The increasing rate of alarmists, the increasing rate of populists globally and indeed in our country is real. So the Electoral Commission and all of us here are more than ever before confronted with a real task of having to ensure that democratic governance is sustained in South Africa, of making sure that the procedural aspects of elections are fulfilled to the letter. At least that's our constitutional mandate. But to also ensure that the substantive aspects of democracy are fulfilled, because elections are not a means, or rather they are not an end in and of themselves. Elections are a means to an end, which is developmental ends, the improvement of socio-economic conditions in the country. So it is no surprise that at every election, multitudes of South Africans will take to the streets to protest, not against the IEC, against real or imagined lack of the dividends of democracy. And so we become a casual in that demonstration. So this is what we have to deal with, that now you have this monster called disinformation, which we now have to deal with. And we are not going to entirely succeed to tackle this on our own. We don't even have the competencies to do so. That's why then I think, Program Director, one of the themes or sentiments that have reverberated throughout the session is the importance of multi-stakeholder approach, their partnerships, as has already been alluded to. Without really taking much time, I think I want to align with you, Madam Director, when you say it is important for all of us to pause, to reflect, and double check before we press that forward button. I have had the privilege to spend a lot of my professional career across the African continent. I don't think there's any African country I have not been to. Not just coming to there and living, but sometimes spending over 10 years in some of the countries. In fact, I've sort of followed the countries that have been the most troubled. I always say to people, if you have on your CV the fact that you have worked in Somalia, you've worked in DRC, you have worked in Sudan, then you can work anywhere. And sometimes I say to colleagues that, maybe one of the things that we need to do, both for young people but also for our leaders, I see we have some of our leaders here in the room from the different political formations, is that when we really get to a point where we feel like giving up and start throwing stones at each other, we need to be put on an aeroplane and visit some of these sister countries for 2 months, 3 months, and then come back and have a conversation. We'll then realize how fortunate we are. And it is sometimes shocking to realize that young people and the old people and political leaders seem to be learning nothing from what is happening, the unfortunate things, the unfortunate developments on the continent, which we have not yet experienced. They are not learning anything. And they are basically almost risking repeating the same mistakes. We are a young democracy. So we have the benefit of learning what is it that we need to do and what is it we can avoid. And if we don't learn, we're likely to repeat. So the idea that you build so strong democratic institutions and you're almost unadvisedly busy trying to destroy them, I think is the worst tragedy of our time. Chair, having said that, once again, we thank you, Commissioner Pitso, for leading us today. We thank you, Ndadesha Balala, for an excellent session, quite profound. We thank all our speakers, the IEC provincial staff, all our stakeholders that have been acknowledged earlier, and finally our political leaders who are our bosses, who are in the room, those who are represented and those who are not represented. We thank you very much, and I don't know, Madam, if you'll deal with the lunch logistics, but I think I've done what I was asked to do. I thank you very much.
One more task. Colleagues, if you will check around the room, there is QR codes against the walls. It would be of great help if you could scan the QR code so that we can give the IEC feedback in terms of the session, how they can improve, and also things that we'd like to see for future sessions. Thank you again for your time, your energy, your commitment and participation. And I think this is like my favorite line to say, lunch is served.
Ngikhalile kakhulu